It does not begin with a scream or a sword or a sky full of fire. It begins with wind, low, slow, and steady, tugging gently at the edge of your sleeve like a memory not ready to let go. You do not know where you are, not precisely. You know the shape of the earth beneath your feet, the way it rolls and breathes beneath the grass, but not the name of this exact place. Not yet. That part will come later. Or it won't. It doesn't matter. What matters is the wind, and how it knows you. There is grass in all directions, swaying like water frozen in its endless wave, taller than your knees, and heavy with the smell of green things trying not to die. The sky is thick with cloud, but not heavy. It feels like parchment stretched thin over the whole island, as if the heavens themselves are pausing before writing something they cannot erase. Your armor weighs more than it should. Not from blood, not from damage, but from what it means. From the way it clings to your body like a story you forgot how to tell. You ride not because you're fleeing, and not quite because you're chasing. The horse beneath you moves in rhythm with the wind, hooves sinking softly into the dirt as if reluctant to disturb it. Every breath you take feels too loud. The silence here is not silence at all. It is filled with rustling, with whispering, with the faint scrape of a blade carried too long in its sheath. There are birds, but they do not sing, only glide, only watch, as if even they are waiting to see what you will do. The road is not really a road, more a suggestion, a place where fewer things grow, where the dirt shows its teeth in shallow ruts and pale streaks. You follow it not because you know where it goes, but because the wind nudges you that way. The wind always knows. It presses against your face with familiar hands, brushes through your hair like someone who once loved you, long ago, and no longer remembers how to say it aloud. Your mind drifts, not in thoughts, but in sensations. The sharp bite of salt on your lips, the faint warmth of a forgotten sun lingering in the fabric of your sleeve, the ache behind your left knee where the saddle always presses too hard. You do not remember sleeping. You do not remember waking. But the journey has already begun. The trees here lean, not all the same way, not in fear or reverence, but in a kind of quiet agreement. They bend with the wind, not against it. Their branches claw gently at the sky, their leaves trembling like children just before they speak. You pass under them, and they whisper above you. Not words, not warnings, just sound. The kind of sound you feel in your bones more than you hear with your ears. Somewhere in the distance, a shrine sits atop a hill. You see it only in pieces, the red paint dulled by time, the rope sagging under its own symbolism. You don't stop. Not now. The path bends to the left, then disappears into mist. The horse doesn't hesitate. Neither do you. Your body remembers more than your mind allows. The curve of your back against the wind. The way your fingers wrap around the leather reins like prayer beads. You are not thinking of battle. Not yet. You are only thinking of movement, of forward, of the wind, and where it leads. There is a scent in the air that you cannot place. Not smoke, not rot, not pine. Something older. Something round and bitter and cold. It reminds you of childhood, of cold mornings outside the dojo, breath like fog and the sting of discipline in your shoulders. You remember your uncle's voice, not the words, just the weight of it. The pause before he spoke, the way he looked at you like you were already part of something larger than yourself. Now you are not so sure. The wind rises as you crest a hill, your hair flicking against your cheek like a flag unraveling. The land below stretches wide, fields, forests, distant ridgelines folded like origami, and somewhere beyond all of it, the sea. You cannot see it yet, but you feel its pull, a memory of spray against your face, of screams that carried no meaning except that they ended. The sea has never forgotten. A fox darts through the underbrush ahead. It stops, looks back, blinks. You blink, too. It's gone. You do not follow. You do not need to. Some things are meant to vanish. Some things are meant to be remembered only by the wind. There are petals on the air now, white, pink, delicate as breath. They drift down like slow rain, clinging to your armor, catching in the folds of your sleeve. You raise a hand and brush one away. The petal crumples under your touch, collapses like something too soft for this world. You don't try to hold another. A gate stands up ahead, half collapsed, its top beam broken, the rope charms hanging loose like tired prayers. You ride beneath it. The air changes. Not cooler, but older. You feel watched, not threatened, just noticed, as if the land has seen you now and will not forget. A shrine bell sways in the distance, though there is no wind strong enough to move it. You hear its soft chime anyway, buried beneath the rustle of grass and the distant call of some unseen bird. The bell is not for you, not today. It rings for someone else, someone who once walked this path and never came back the same. You dismount without thinking. Your knees protest. Your thighs ache. Your feet remember how to be on earth again. You walk now, slow and uneven, one boot slipping slightly in the wet soil. There is moss here, bright and stubborn, climbing over stone like a secret. You touch the hilt of your sword not out of fear, but habit. It is an extension of you now, not tool, not weapon, just presence. It hums against your palm, silent and patient, waiting for something, but not asking. The wind picks up again, stronger this time, urgent, almost. You close your eyes and let it push against you, like a friend trying to remind you of your own name. You listen. You try to hear the word it carries. Instead, you feel it, the memory of running as a child, sandals slapping against dirt, laughter not your own echoing down a narrow path. You feel the way your hands stung from training, the warmth of your mother's palm against your bruised knuckles. You feel who you were. And then, the wind moves on. There's a bird perched on a branch nearby, yellow, small, barely more than a flicker. It watches you with something like recognition. It tilts its head once, then flies. You don't follow. But you feel something in your chest tilt too, just slightly. The forest deepens. The light fades. Not into darkness, but into softness. The shadows are long here, but they do not reach for you. They only settle. Around your boots, around your breath, around the thought you had, but lost. You find a stone bench, moss-covered, cracked, still holding warmth from a sun you did not see. You sit, not out of exhaustion, but ritual. The kind of sitting that lets the world speak. The kind that lets your weight press into the island itself, like a question waiting to be answered. You remove your mask, not the one made of wood. The other one. The one made of posture, of silence, of the shape your shoulders take when you carry too much. You let your face return to itself, slowly, without ceremony. It does not hurt, but it does not feel right either. In the distance, wind chimes sing from a tree that should not be there. You don't remember seeing it earlier. You don't remember looking for it. But it sings anyway. High, delicate tones that float and fade like breath on glass. You stay seated. You listen. Your hand brushes against the dirt. It feels dry, cracked, but kind. Like something that wants to grow again, if only given time. You close your fingers around a handful of it. Let it fall through your grip, slow and uneven. The wind passes through again, softer this time, like a sigh through paper walls, like someone exhaling after holding it in too long. It does not ask for anything. It only reminds, and you remember. You remember who you were, not clearly, not completely, but enough to feel it in your spine, in the way you sit, in the breath you draw, in the silence you do not try to fill. The wind fades, the leaves settle. The light dims further, just a little, and somewhere in the distance, the faint sound of a flute, slow, imperfect, full of something half forgotten, drifts into the dusk like the last warmth of a dream. The wind leaves you behind, not cruelly, not even deliberately. It simply moves on, the way wind always does, into another part of the island, another moment not meant for you. And so, you are left with the quiet, not silence. No, Tsushima never offers silence, but the kind of hush that settles over scorched ground. The kind that clings to the edges of old armor and rides the hem of a tattered banner left to fray in the sun. You walk now. The grass is shorter here, darker, scattered with the brittle stalks of what once grew tall before the boots and blood pressed it flat. The smell is different, not of soil or sea or cedar bark, but of something that used to be alive. The air tastes burnt, even though the fires have long since gone out. You feel them anyway, ghosts of heat still trapped in the wind's memory, a lingering warmth with no source. The slope of the hill beneath you feels familiar, like something your body recognizes, even if your mind does not. There is a rhythm to it, a slow, downward draw that leads your feet without asking your permission. And so you descend, not because you want to, not even because you have to, but because some part of the earth is still telling your story, and this is where the next line goes. At first, there are only fragments, a scrap of blue cloth, burned around the edges, caught on a thorn bush that has grown too proud for its size. A piece of armor half buried in the dirt, its lacquer peeled away in curling black lines. A half-broken helmet, turned upside down, collecting dust and water like an offering bowl, never meant to be full. And then, the bones. They are not arranged in any particular way. They don't form neat lines or tragic sculptures. They are scattered, some whole, some fractured, some so small and worn they might be mistaken for stones, if not for the faint smoothness of old marrow. You do not stop to count them. There is no number large enough to make sense of it. You simply walk slower, softer, your feet pressed down with a reverence that feels involuntary. The banner still stands at the crest of the hill, though the wind no longer lifts it. Its fabric is heavy with moisture and time, sagging under the weight of memory. The family crest is faded, not invisible, just ashamed. You touch the base of the pole as you pass, your fingers brushing against splintered wood, and for a moment you feel a heartbeat that isn't yours, not fast, not frantic, just final. Below, the beach stretches wide and flat, a scar carved deep into the skin of the island. The tide has come and gone countless times since the blood dried, but it has not taken everything. The sand is still marked. Not red anymore, that brightness left quickly, but darker, where the salt and iron seeped too deep to be washed away. The shapes are soft now, rounded, like a painting left in the rain. You kneel, not out of ceremony, just because your legs stop working for a while. You sink into the damp, your knees pressing into cold grains, your hands finding balance on stone. There is no prayer, no words, only breath, and the way it trembles, only the sting in your throat, and the way it refuses to become sound. The sea is calm today, almost insultingly so. The waves roll in with a kind of indifference that only nature can offer. Not cruel, but wholly unconcerned with what it covered and what it left behind. The horizon is soft, pale blue bleeding into silver, and for a moment, it almost feels beautiful. Almost. But then the gulls call overhead, and their cries twist into something sharper, something familiar, something that doesn't belong in beauty. You see their faces, not clearly, never clearly, just impressions, the curve of a jaw, the tilt of a head, the angle of a blade held in too much fear or too much pride. They're not ghosts, not yet, just echoes, half-breathed names that never left your lips. You do not call for them now. You do not deserve to. The wind comes back, just for a moment. It brushes the edge of your sleeve again, lifts a single strand of hair, scatters a pinch of ash that had nestled unnoticed in the folds of your collar. The The ash moves without urgency. It drifts, spirals, lands again. And you watch it like you're watching snowfall on a grave you dug yourself. Your hand curls into the sand, pulling a small clump toward your palm before letting it fall again. It does not feel like surrender. It does not feel like forgiveness. It just feels like time. You rise eventually. Your joints crack in small, private ways. The weight returns to your shoulders, and the shape of the land becomes clear again. Paths you must walk, choices you must wear. But before you turn, your eyes settle on a piece of fabric half buried near your boot. It is not yours. It never was. But the color pulls at something in you. You bend down and free it, shaking loose the damp grit. It flutters in your hand like it remembers wind, like it wants to move again. You tuck it away, not as a trophy, not as a relic, just as a reminder of how soft things burn, too. There are sounds behind you. Not footsteps, just presence. A rustle, a shift. The kind of feeling that settles between your shoulder blades and stays there. You do not turn. You know there is nothing to see. Or rather, you know you've already seen it all. The path away from the beach is steep, worn down by footsteps you once recognized, now faded into the earth. You climb it with the slow care of someone who does not expect the ground to forgive. Each step is measured, each breath held just a little too long. Your body moves like it remembers the rhythm of retreat. Your mind does not argue. At the top, there are trees again. Their branches stretch out like ribs, broken and bare, but somehow still alive. You walk between them as though walking through memory, gently, slowly, without expectation. The canopy breaks just enough to let through slivers of light, soft and gray. Dust floats in the shafts like petals that lost their color. There's a sword in the ground ahead, half buried, rusted, its hilt wrapped in tattered cloth that flutters just slightly. It doesn't call to you, it just waits. You reach it without decision, standing above it in silence, your shadow stretching over its blade. You don't draw it, you don't clean it. You simply kneel beside it and place your hand on the earth near its point, as if greeting an old teacher who no longer speaks. The breeze shifts, carries the scent of pine, of wet bark, of something charred and old, and beneath it all, faint but there, the scent of blood long dried. Not unpleasant, not sharp, just part of the place now, like moss on stone. You sit again. You've done more sitting than standing today, more kneeling than walking, but it feels right. The earth is cold here, but not unkind. You lean back against a stone that doesn't quite fit your shape and let your shoulders drop. Let your breath slow. Let the muscles in your jaw soften. A crow cries in the distance, not a warning, not a welcome, just a sound. You close your eyes, and for a moment, you are back on the beach. Not as a warrior, not even as a man, just as a presence, watching the tide forget. Time slips. The sun shifts. The light moves across your face and down your armor, tracing the pattern of your chest plate like someone writing a message you won't read. Your fingers twitch. Your knees ache. But you stay. There is honor still, somewhere, not in battle, not in death, but in remembering, in sitting among the ash and not pretending it is dust, in listening to what the wind still carries. You do not speak. You do not need to. The land remembers, and that is enough. Far below, the sea continues its slow, indifferent song, and as the wind pulls once more against the edge of your sleeve, the last fragment of ash lifts from your armor, floats into the fading light, and vanishes. Not gone, just no longer here. You do not rise quickly. The slope beneath your back has taken your shape, and the weight of the sky has pressed into your limbs until even your bones feel made of stone. But the wind, ever patient, has shifted again, no longer a memory, now a summons. You move because the island exhales, and you are pulled with it, breath by breath, into the place that still waits. You leave behind the shore, the ash, the salt, but not the heaviness. That stays. It always stays. The climb is slow, and the path is narrow, hemmed in by brush that tugs at your sleeves like questions you cannot answer. The trees are closer now, old enough to creak when the wind speaks, but not old enough to forget. Their roots twist across the trail, shallow and wide, veins pressed into the earth like ink from a letter left out in the rain. You walk as if the land is listening, because it is. It always is. Somewhere to your left, water moves. Not a river, not a stream. Just the sound of something shallow and constant, too soft to see, but too present to ignore. You follow the pull of it, not with your feet, but with your attention, letting it trace along the edges of your thoughts. There is no danger here, but the stillness holds weight. The kind of weight worn by places that remember the worst of you. The road ends before it finishes. It crumbles into flat earth wrapped in faded steps, the suggestion of a path worn by feet no longer walking. And there, rising through the quiet like a memory you thought had vanished, stands the castle. Not complete, not proud. Just there, heavy and waiting, like a father who never learned to kneel. The gates are open, not wide, just enough, as if to say the choice was always yours, even when it wasn't. You walk beneath the beams slowly, your fingers brushing the frame as you pass. The wood is scarred, sun-bleached, smoothed by the hands of men who believed in order, in discipline, in things that hold. Inside, it smells of rain on old armor, of smoke caught in silk, of stone that has endured too many winters and cracked without breaking. The halls do not echo, they absorb. Every step feels quiet, not because of silence, but because of memory. You move as though you are still small, your shoulders instinctively square, your spine drawn straight not by effort, but by expectation. You find him not in ceremony, but in pause. He is not wearing armor, not now, just robes, dark and heavy, the fabric folding with the weight of words never spoken. He stands by a small brazier that offers more smoke than heat, and for a moment, he does not turn. The stillness between you is not cold. It is not cruel. But it carries the shape of distance. You do not speak. You do not bow. You only wait. When he looks at you, it is not with judgment. It is with calculation. The kind that measures not your heart, but your shadow. He sees the line of your jaw, the way your shoulders have shifted, the faint smudge of ash you did not brush from your cheek. He sees what you have become, or rather, what you are no longer pretending not to be. The words come, eventually. They move slowly, like water through reeds, each one polished by silence. They are not angry, not disappointed, but they are heavy, and you wear them. Each sentence pulls tighter the rope between you. Not a rope of thread or fiber, but of blood, of duty, of something older than belief. You nod where you are expected to nod. You lower your gaze where the shape of respect still fits. But the air tastes wrong here. Too clean, too dry. It does not smell like the road, or the sea, or the bodies you've left behind. It smells like rules, like stone that does not bend. He speaks of tradition, of legacy, of the shape a man must hold to be worthy of his name. You feel your spine resist, not in rebellion, but in ache. You are still that boy, somewhere, the one who trained in courtyards and bled into cloth wrung out behind closed doors. But you are something else now, too, something the words cannot hold, something the room does not want to name. He tells you the people are watching, that they look to you not for comfort, but for order, that your blade carries not just steel, but structure. You feel your fingers tighten. You feel your breath sink. You feel the rope pull again, knotting beneath your ribs. You speak softly, not in defiance, not in surrender, just in presence. Your words are shaped by dust and smoke, by choices made when no one else stood beside you. They are not clean. They are not polished. But they are true. And when they land, the room shifts. Only slightly, like a teacup set down too hard on old wood. A sound that doesn't echo, but stays. He looks at you as though he has seen the edge of a cliff he thought was still far away. Not fear, not loss, just recognition that the boy is not the man, that the rope is still there but fraying, and that when it snaps, it will not be loud. It will be quiet, like paper tearing in the dark. You are dismissed without dismissal. The conversation ends the way all things do in this place, with posture, with silence, with the unspoken shape of expectation. You walk the hallways alone now. The tapestries sway slightly in the draft, their threads dancing just enough to mimic breath. You do not remember the names of the figures sewn into them, but you remember the colors: deep red, indigo, the gold thread used to outline the eyes of generals who never bled. You remember brushing your fingers across them once, as a child, when no one was looking. You remember wondering why none of them looked like they were smiling. The doors to your old room are still there. You hesitate before opening them, not because you expect anything different, but because you know nothing ever really changes here. The paper walls still breathe. The floor still groans beneath the same board near the corner. The scent of cedar and old ink still lingers. You sit, not where you used to, but beside the window where the light barely reaches. Your armor clinks as you settle. It does not belong in this room. Neither do you. You lean your head back against the frame. Close your eyes. Let the rope tighten. Not enough to choke. Just enough to remind. It is still there. It always was. Outside, a storm gathers without urgency. Clouds shift in slow spirals, heavy and pale, not dark enough to threaten, but thick enough to press against the breath. The wind has not returned. It waits. It listens. And you do too. You dream, not in sleep, but in memory. You see your uncle standing on the hill, sword drawn, his voice like stone over water. You see your younger self kneeling, hands trembling from a mistake no one remembers now. You see the rope again. Not in your hands, not around your wrists, but somewhere inside your chest, pulled taut with every breath. And then the light changes. The color shifts, not dramatically, just enough. You rise. You step into the hall again, your footsteps quieter now. The walls watch, the floor sighs. The wind presses faintly against the beams. Not with force, just with presence. The rope does not break, it does not fray, but it moves, just slightly, just enough to remind you that even bindings made of blood can shift in time. Outside, the trees wait, their leaves caught in the stillness before rain. A single petal falls from a blossom unseen, spiraling once before touching ground. And the rope pulls again, but this time, you do not pull back. The rope never snaps. It simply loosens, one invisible thread at a time, until the weight shifts enough for you to breathe again. You don't notice the moment it happens. You only realize you're moving, not away from your uncle, but towards something quieter. When the walls behind you no longer echo your footsteps. The castle fades, not in distance, but in sound. And as the path curves downward through dusk and wood smoke, the rope that held you fades with it, gently, like steam from a forgotten cup. The light changes, though there is no sun to mark it. The shadows grow softer. The colors sink deeper into the land. The world narrows into footpaths and tree trunks, scattered rocks, and the hush of damp earth beneath your boots. There is no wind here, not truly. Only the kind of stillness that settles between people who don't speak often, but remain close enough to hear one another's breathing. You follow a trail that is barely there, worn more by memory than by tread, and it leads you through low brush that parts like cloth pulled aside by tired hands. Somewhere nearby, something simmers, faint and steady, like the surface of a slow-boiling thought. You smell it first, before the glow, before the voice, before the fire itself. Something herbal, something burned, something that tries, and almost succeeds, to be warm. The scent carries no ceremony, no elegance. It is the kind of smell that stays in clothes for days and still manages to comfort. You follow it without urgency. The clearing is small, marked by the remnants of earlier camps. Charcoal in the dirt, a rusted canteen turned over in the grass, a cloth tied loosely to a branch, its edge fraying into thread. And in the center, not directly but off to one side, the fire. Small, cradled by a loose circle of stones that don't seem certain of their job. The flame does not reach, it doesn't dance, it holds. Yuna is already there, hunched over something in a shallow bowl. Her movements are simple, deliberate. She doesn't look up when you arrive. She doesn't speak. She knows you've come, and that is enough. The air around her feels lived in. Not comfortable exactly, but shaped by presence. As if she's carved out this corner of the world with nothing but persistence. Her back is slightly curved. Her shoulders are broader than you remember. She moves like someone who has learned to be her own shelter. You step forward slowly, boots whispering against the moss-covered ground. The fire accepts you without expectation. Its warmth is not immediate, but it is real. The kind that seeps, not scorches. You sit because standing would make too much noise, and because there's nowhere else to go. You place your hands near the flame, palms down, fingers open. Not to dry, not to warm, just to feel. The broth is offered without comment. She hands it to you in a shallow wooden bowl with a nicked rim and a crack across the base that's been sealed with cloth and wax. You take it, careful not to spill. It's hot enough to sting, but not enough to stop you. The taste is rough, earthy, bits of root and ash and something vaguely bitter. It sticks to your teeth, your throat, your memory. You drink anyway, because it matters to her, and that is reason enough. She speaks eventually, her voice low and flat, the kind of tone shaped by long days and longer regrets. Not emotionless, just filtered. She asks how you're holding together. She doesn't ask about honor, or plans, or revenge. Just whether your ribs hurt when you breathe, whether the cut on your leg reopened, whether your horse limps on gravel. You answer with nods more than words. The fire says enough for both of you. There is something about her presence that quiets everything else. Not because she demands silence, but because she gives you space to keep it. Her hands are rough, quick. When she rolls her shoulders, they pop like branches in cold air. When she exhales, the smoke from the fire curls toward her mouth like it wants to be kept. She does not tell stories. She does not offer comfort. She simply is. You watch the way her fingers move across the hilt of her blade, checking the leather binding, running a thumb along the notch where metal meets wood. It is not reverent. It is not ashamed. Just a habit, like biting your lip or twisting a ring when lost in thought. Her tools are not sacred. They are survival, and they are hers. The fire crackles, but only when it wants to. You hear leaves shifting behind you, but nothing enters the clearing. There are eyes in the forest always, but they do not belong to fear tonight. Only to animals, to birds, to spirits that have learned how to pass unnoticed. You wonder for a moment if they see you both as one thing now. Not samurai and thief, not man and woman, just firelight and movement, hunger and sleep. She leans back on her hands, staring up at the canopy overhead. Her expression is unreadable but not closed. Her jaw is clenched in thought, not anger. You follow her gaze, though the trees don't offer much. A tangle of branches, a crack of fading light. The shape of the moon caught between shifting clouds like a coin dropped through silk. You find no answers there, but you weren't looking for any. You ask if she ever rests. She shrugs. Says rest is a word people use when they have something soft to lie on. Her bed is made of not dying. and that's usually enough. You don't laugh. Not because it isn't funny, but because it's too close to true. She doesn't expect you to. There is a moment, just one, where her fingers brush against yours as she reaches for something beside the fire. Neither of you comment. Neither of you move away. It is not affection, not longing. Just skin. Just breath. Just a heartbeat shared for no reason at all. She pulls a cloth from her satchel, old, dark, fraying at the corners, and begins to clean the blade across her lap. Her eyes stay on the metal, but her thoughts go elsewhere. You feel it in the way her brow furrows, in the way she tightens the cloth too hard and has to start again. You do not ask what she's remembering. You already know. You speak, softly, about things that don't matter. About the way the rice tasted yesterday. About the footprints you saw near the stream. About the fox that ran beside you for a few steps before vanishing into shadow. She listens, not because she needs to know, but because you need to say it. That is the warmth she gives. Not heat, not light, just space enough to speak without proving anything. The fire dies slowly. It burns low, slipping into red coals and pale glow. The night thickens around you. The forest pulls tighter. It sounds quieter now, more distant. The air cools, not harshly, but deliberately, as if reminding you that even in this moment of shared breath, the world does not pause. She shifts her weight and stands, brushing ash from her knees. She doesn't stretch, doesn't yawn. She simply moves, like someone who has trained her body not to expect comfort. She offers you a blanket without asking if you need it. You take it, because refusing would be foolish. It smells like salt, smoke, and time. Like her. She says she'll keep watch, that she doesn't sleep well anyway. You don't argue. You lie down near the fire, the earth pressing against your spine in a way that makes you feel grounded, not trapped. The blanket is thin. The ground is hard. But the warmth remains, not in the fire, but in her nearness, in the knowledge that for this night you are not alone. Your eyes close slowly, not because you are tired, but because your thoughts are done moving. The forest fades into the edges of your hearing. The fire becomes breath. Her footsteps become memory. And the rope, that old unyielding thread of blood and duty, is quieter now. Not gone, but no longer the only thing that holds you. Somewhere nearby, she shifts her weight again. The fire hisses against a fresh log, and the night breathes on, warmed, just barely, by the ember she never let go out. The blanket still holds her scent when you leave it behind. Wood smoke and salt, the faint bitterness of crushed roots. It clings to your sleeves like memory, not heavy, just present, and for a while you walk with it. The fire no longer burns behind you, not visibly. But the warmth has not yet left your chest. The morning does not rise with ceremony. There is no bird song to mark its arrival, no shift in the light loud enough to notice. It simply is, like a truth that doesn't need to explain itself. The forest accepts you again without fanfare, the trees parting just enough to let you through. Your steps are quieter today. Not careful, just slow. The kind of slow that comes after trust, after silence shared with someone who didn't ask questions. The air tastes clean now, brushed with dew and the green bite of fresh sap. There is a rhythm to it, not music, but breath. The earth sighs beneath your feet, soft and forgiving, and the path beneath you narrows into something that no longer pretends to be made for walking. There's a hill, not steep, but persistent. Its climb is a conversation, not a challenge. You don't fight it. You simply move with it, your breath steady, your pulse low, your thoughts folding in on themselves like letters you never meant to send. You reach the top, not with triumph, but with quiet. And then the bamboo finds you. It doesn't announce itself. There is no sudden chorus of color, no dramatic change in the scent of the air. It arrives the way dreams do, already in progress. You step between the first few stalks without realizing, the ground flattening into a bed of fallen leaves and old dust. The world here is vertical, green and gold, narrow slivers of sky drawn between columns of smooth stalk and whispering leaf. Everything else fades. There are no birds here, no breeze. Even the insects seem to move differently, slower, quieter, as if held under the same spell. The bamboo groves do not speak. They wait. They hold breath. The sound of your own body, your heartbeat, your joints, the rustle of fabric, becomes exaggerated, more present, like a performance you didn't mean to begin. You pause, not to think, just to feel. The sword at your hip is too loud. You can sense it, even when it doesn't move. The scabbard shifting against your waist, the leather creaking with every change of stance. Your hands rest on it without drawing, your fingers grazing the hilt like someone tracing the memory of a promise. The blade doesn't ask anything of you. It never has. It simply waits to be part of the moment, when the moment arrives. A clearing opens near the grove's heart, not much wider than a circle of men could stand around. The ground is scored with lines, not cuts, not wounds, just the remnants of motion, shallow grooves, flattened stalks, the gentle scarring of repetition. You recognize it. Your body recognizes it before your mind does. This is where you used to come, long ago, before the war, before the mask, before the word ghost meant anything other than a story told over tea. You kneel. The motion is fluid, familiar. Your knees press into the dirt, your spine straightens, your hands settle into the lap of silence. The bamboo sways above, but the sound is muted, like cloth shifting in a closed room. You close your eyes and breathe. The air fills your lungs like something remembered, not discovered. You hold it for a while, then let it go. You draw the blade, not with force, not with urgency, with intent, with rhythm. The steel slides free with a sound that doesn't disturb, only punctuates. A line drawn across the breadth of the world. You rise slowly, the sword resting in your hands like a bowl of water you cannot spill. Your muscles shift, engage, release. The weight is familiar. The weight is right. The bamboo stands before you, tall, thin, flexing gently in the stillness. It does not resist. It does not threaten. It simply is. You choose one stalk, not the tallest, not the weakest, just the one that feels closest to now. You set your stance. Your mind clears, or rather, becomes nothing but sound and sensation. The swing comes not from your arms, but from breath, from timing, from stillness, and the bamboo breaks. It is not loud. It is not violent. It is a sigh made visible, a release, a falling away. The stalk separates with a crispness that feels like silk being torn. The top half collapses, rolls slightly, and rests against the earth with no complaint. You do not celebrate. You do not pause. You move to the next. Swing. Break. Swing. Breathe. The sound becomes a meditation. Each cut a single syllable in a longer sentence you do not need to understand to feel. The stalks fall in soft rhythms, each one marking the end of something you didn't realize you were still carrying. You are not practicing. You are not training. You are remembering. And the grove remembers you. The deeper you go, the quieter the world becomes. Even your thoughts pull back, retreating to a safe distance so that your body can speak uninterrupted. Sweat begins to gather behind your neck, not from exertion, but from the stillness of the air. The blade remains steady, never rushing, never trembling. You move like someone tracing calligraphy in dust, the strokes precise, ephemeral. Then, without warning, you stop. The next stalk does not invite you. It leans slightly, a knot near its base, a small scar where an insect burrowed and failed. You lower your sword, not out of hesitation, but in respect. This one stands. It will continue standing. You bow, just barely, and step past. A small stone shrine rests at the far end of the grove. You hadn't noticed it before, or perhaps it simply hadn't needed to be seen until now. Moss clings to its edges. A single offering of dried leaves rests at its base, bound in twine, browned by sun and time. You kneel again, not in worship, but in listening. The blade returns to its sheath with the same sound it left, soft, decisive. Your hand lingers on the hilt, not possessive, not reluctant, just present, just grateful. And then, a breeze, the first all day. It weaves through the stalks with careful fingers, lifting leaves and dust and the faintest scent of crushed grass. It brushes your face like a question that does not need an answer. You rise slowly. Your body aches in quiet places, in the knees, in the wrists, in the space between spine and shoulder where old tension lives. But the ache is clean, earned, not pain, just presence. You do not look back as you leave the grove. There is no need. The sound of bamboo breaking follows you, not as noise but as rhythm, as memory, as breath. And behind you, the grove stands whole again, not untouched but at peace, the fallen stalks resting where they landed, like thoughts you no longer need to carry. The sound of bamboo still hums in your bones as you move away from the grove, not in sharpness, not in rhythm, but in the memory of something precise giving way. The path ahead unspools slowly, drawn through thickets and thinning grass like a line left by someone who never looked back. There is no clear direction now, only motion, and the feeling that the land has grown quieter, not in silence, but in breath. You move not because the world asks you to, but because it exhales. And in that breath, you feel a space open just wide enough to pass through. The forest is different here, less orderly, less certain. Trees stand where they should not, leaning at strange angles as though bracing themselves against wind that no longer arrives. Others have fallen and been left where they landed, trunks cracked, roots upturned like secrets exposed too quickly. Moss climbs over bark and stone, trying to reclaim what is splintered. Vines crawl low to the ground, snaking between the wreckage in slow, deliberate spirals. The canopy above is uneven, patchy, letting light spill in crooked lines that cut across your face like fingers from something unseen. You step carefully. The earth beneath you is soft but not forgiving. Mud clings where it can. Leaves crackle where they shouldn't. Branches litter the path like broken limbs, half covered in moss, their ends jagged and pale like old bones. You walk as if through a body, moving gently so as not to disturb what rests. The forest does not threaten, but it remembers, and you feel that memory in your heels. A stream murmurs nearby, though you cannot see it yet. The sound weaves between tree trunks, more suggestion than presence, like a voice behind a thin door. You follow the slope downward, breath slow, every step guided by instinct rather than knowledge. There is no destination here, only continuation. The sword at your hip is heavy again, not with threat, but with the weight of being carried through places it does not belong. The trees thin. The world opens slightly, and there it is, not the stream, but something else. A field, once cultivated, now swallowed by the slow hunger of wilderness. Rows of what were once orderly crops are now riddled with weed and root, their shapes softened into patterns that make no sense to anyone but the wind. At the center, the remains of a structure. Walls fallen inward, beams collapsed, the skeleton of a house too tired to stand. You pause at the threshold, not out of fear, out of recognition. You've never been here, not in memory, not in truth. And yet, it feels known, as if a dream you forgot had been waiting for you to return to it. You cross the space slowly, your footfalls dampened by grass thick enough to bury sound. Inside the ruin, A hearth still stands, half swallowed by the collapsed roof. A stone bowl blackened by fire long since gone. You kneel beside it. You don't know why. The ash is cold, but not empty. Your hand brushes over the surface, scattering flakes that break apart like pages of a forgotten letter. There is nothing to find, and nothing to miss. Only the feeling of breath once held here. Meals once warmed here. Lives once passed through here, quietly. The fire you carry inside does not warm your fingers. It only hums. You press your hand to the stone and close your eyes. The island breathes. Not through lungs, not through sky, through trees, through the spaces where trees once were. The sound begins as rustling, then thickens into something wetter, heavier. Not rain, not yet, but promise. You rise and step outside, the air cooler now, touched by mist. Leaves shiver above, stirred by wind that arrives not in gusts but in waves, pulsing against your chest like a heart that isn't yours. You walk again. There is no return path, only forward. The forest closes behind you without malice. The branches cross and recross like hands folding over one another. The breath of the island grows deeper here, each exhale a soft groan through rotting trunks and hollow stumps. Some trees still stand tall, stripped of bark, burned along one side, twisted into grotesque shapes by heat or time or both. Others lie snapped at the middle, their insides hollow, pulped, waterlogged. You step over them like old arguments, with care, but without ceremony. A crow watches from a branch above, its head tilting slowly, not curious, not alarmed, simply present. You hold its gaze longer than you mean to. There is no message in its eyes, no omen, just the steady reminder that not everything in this place belongs to you, and not everything broken was meant to be fixed. The trail dips again, leading you to a grove that should be brighter, should be green. But instead, it yawns open like a mouth filled with fog. The trees here are spaced wide, their trunks coated in the slick sheen of rain that hasn't fallen yet. The ground is littered with leaves that have already turned, already died, already begun their return to the soil. And there, scattered in the middle of it all, the remnants of a skirmish. You do not rush to it. You do not draw your blade. You approach the same way you would a dream, knowing it will shift if you try to look directly at it. There are arrows buried in the dirt, a broken spear, blood, long-dried, crusted black around a dent in the grass. No bodies, no names, just aftermath, just the echo of motion. You crouch beside one of the arrows, fingers brushing over the shaft. The fletching is soaked, damaged, half-burnt. You run your thumb across the notch, and the splinters catch your skin like voices. You do not bleed, but you feel something leave you. A thought, a weight, a breath you were holding and didn't notice. From the edge of the grove, wind moves again. Slower now, broader, as if the island itself were sighing after too long holding its breath. It bends the taller grasses, sets the leaves whispering again. You close your eyes and listen. The island breathes, not with intention, not with meaning, but with rhythm. In, out, forget, remember. You rise and leave the grove, slowly, always slowly. The trees ahead are younger, their bark unscarred, their roots less confident. You step between them with care. The light begins to return in fragments, in broken shafts, in reflections off dew clinging to the underside of leaves. You pause at a stone bridge, barely wide enough for 2 feet side by side. The stream runs beneath it, clear, soft, wrapped in moss and rounded stones. You kneel again, dip your fingers into the water. It is cold, but not cruel. You cup your hand beneath the surface, then let it rise, watching droplets slip through your fingers, like time made visible. And you hear it again. Not water, not wind, not birds. The breath. The island breathes through broken trees, and you are part of it. Not separate, not above, not burdened, just present. You do not cross the bridge. Not yet. You sit on its edge, legs folded beneath you, hands resting in your lap. The forest behind you rustles without moving. The sky above you darkens, but gently. There is no threat in the closing light, only the promise of another breath, another hour, another movement beneath the canopy of something greater than you. And in that stillness, as you watch a single leaf drift down onto the stream and vanish around the bend, you feel it, not peace, but presence. A stillness that does not end, only softens. A fading rhythm that hums long after sound. The island exhales once more, and the breath carries your name. The trees begin to thin, not all at once, but gradually, each one spaced just a little further from the last, as though the land itself is trying to breathe again. You've left the sound of water behind. The hush of it still curls at the back of your hearing, like the ghost of a conversation you never finished. But ahead of you now, the earth takes on a different tone, drier, sharper, bruised beneath the surface. Your feet press into soil that feels like it remembers heat, not warmth, fire, not comfort. And before you even see her, you feel it. The tension, the pulse, the weight of a presence that does not cry out, but cracks in silence. She is standing near the edge of the path, her body unmoving, her head tilted downward in a stillness that feels like the held breath before a storm. Lady Masako. She doesn't turn when you approach. Her back is straight, but not proud. Her hands are empty, but not at rest. Her armor carries dust and ash in the seams, as if she's walked through fire not just recently, but repeatedly, and never took the time to shake it off. The wind does not touch her. It curves around her the way it does a blade sunk into the ground. You do not speak her name. You simply stop beside her and look where she looks, down toward a clearing shaped like a wound, not fresh but open, the remains of a homestead scattered across uneven ground, half choked in weeds and creeping vines, walls half collapsed, blackened at the edges, a cart overturned and hollowed, a single sandal caught in the mud near the path, its twin nowhere to be found. Her voice, when it comes, is quiet, not soft. There is a difference. It has weight, like stone lowered gently into water. Each word disturbs the air. Each pause between them says more than the sentence before. She does not recount what happened here. She does not have to. You feel it in the ground, in the dust that hangs in the light, in the broken rhythm of breath she keeps tucked behind her ribs. You follow her down the slope, slow and deliberate. The grass is stiff beneath your feet, browned and dry, bending without breaking. The sun presses low across the horizon, not golden, not red, just dim, like a flame down to its final inch of wick. Shadows stretch across the debris like long, reaching memories. Masako steps around a shattered bench without looking down. The hem of her robe brushing the splinters like a hand skimming the surface of old scars. She moves with purpose, but not direction. Her body knows what it's looking for, even if her mind has stopped expecting to find it. She pauses beside the remains of a door frame, one hand resting on the weathered wood, her thumb stroking across the grain as if it might still hold warmth from those who passed beneath it. You see her jaw tighten, but no sound comes. There is no scream here, no tears, only gravity, rage that does not rise, but sinks into her shoulders, into her stance, into the clenched space between each breath. You have known anger. You have known grief. But this is something older, something that has forgotten its own name, but not its weight. You feel it wrap around her like smoke from a fire that refuses to die. In a patch of cleared earth, she kneels, slowly, not as ritual, not as prayer, but as return. Her hands sift through the soil, not digging, not searching, just touching, as if the ground itself might remember the voices once raised here. Laughter, chores, arguments, songs, the mundane and the sacred, scattered like ash in the wind. You kneel beside her. Not close, not far. Just near enough for your breath to echo hers, to match the slow rise and fall of someone who cannot find stillness but refuses to move. There is a comb in the dirt. Simple, bone-handled, one tooth broken. She lifts it, slowly, brushes away the soil with her sleeve, cradles it in her palm. You watch her shoulders lift, tense, then settle. She doesn't speak. She doesn't need to. The gesture says everything. This belonged to someone who braided their hair too quickly, who left it on the step more than once, who meant to come back for it. The comb disappears into her sleeve. A keepsake, a shard, a blade, hidden in softness. She stands. You follow. The silence between you is not cold. It's warm in the way that coals are, not for comfort, but for survival. She walks the edge of the property now, passing the charred remains of a doorway, the flattened rows of what was once a garden. You notice she does not step inside the burnt walls, not once, as if her feet would burn again, even now. When she finally speaks again, her voice is deeper, slower, not tired, anchored. She tells you they won't stop, that every name taken is a thread she won't let go of, that each one she finds adds weight, not release. You do not try to comfort her. You do not interrupt. You only listen. She lists names in a voice that is almost a whisper, but each name lands like a drumbeat. She remembers all of them, the sons, the daughters, the husbands, the cousins, the women who sang together in the morning, the boys who argued over fishing lines, the girl who always ran too fast, the man who left early and never said why. You don't know them. You never met them. But you feel them now, through her, and they are not gone. You walk together up the hill. The trees here are taller, bare-limbed, their bark split and blackened near the base. A shrine leans into one of them, its stone fox worn smooth, its offering box long emptied. Masako stops in front of it, bows, straightens, and places the comb atop the flat stone ledge, just beside the wooden charm that sways without wind. You realize then, she is not here for answers. She is not here for vengeance. She is here to carry something no one else can, because no one else lived it. Rage, yes, but also memory, duty, devotion shaped into something that never asks for permission. You follow her a while longer, until the trees grow quiet again. The sun dips further, pulling color from the sky like a curtain drawn by reluctant hands. She stops beside a low wall, leans on it, breathes, and says nothing more. The island hums gently beneath you both, its breath slow, its weight shared. And in the distance, one bird calls, alone. Its voice clear, high, and vanishing into the wind that never asks where it's going. The bird call fades behind you, the sky holding on to its last pale breath of light. You move forward slowly, not because the terrain demands it, but because something about the air has changed. Crisp now, sharpened. You feel it on your skin like the fine edge of a whetstone, like breath inhaled too deeply and held too long. Masako is gone, not forgotten, just no longer beside you. Her silence still hums at your shoulder, a weight you carry forward without needing to explain. And ahead, the wind shifts direction. Not strong, just certain. A breeze that pulls with purpose, as if it too has somewhere to be. The hills roll ahead of you, not high, not jagged, but deliberate. The grass sways differently here. Thinner blades, shorter stems, their motion more tense than soft. The trees grow in clusters now, closer together, their branches knotted, their roots exposed in places where the earth has pulled back like peeled bark. You follow a trail that is barely a trail at all, more a suggestion in the dirt, a memory of steps long since hardened by heat and time. You don't see him at first, only the arrow. It hums past your right shoulder, not close enough to startle, but close enough to know it was meant to be noticed. Not a threat, a summons, a signature. You turn toward the direction it came from, your gaze sliding over rocks and brush and brittle twigs. And there he is, Ishikawa, standing near a low ridge, his bow already lowered, his form still and exact. He doesn't wave, doesn't nod, just watches. You climb toward him without speaking. The ground crunches beneath your boots, the sound absorbed quickly by the hillside's hush. When you reach him, he does not greet you. Instead, he turns slightly, one hand resting on the grip of his bow, the other already drawing the next arrow from its quiver. You stand beside him, close enough to feel the stillness he carries. It's not peace. It's discipline wrapped in fatigue. The kind of stillness that's been practiced so long it became part of the body's rhythm, like blinking, like breathing. The target is down below, a crude circle marked onto the trunk of a tree, surrounded by others whose bark has long since worn the evidence of arrows removed. The air is thin here, sharp. Each breath cools the inside of your throat like spring water. Ishikawa draws the bow without ceremony. His fingers move in smooth, silent rhythm. His shoulders rise, settle. The arrow flies. You don't watch the arrow. You watch him. The way his jaw flexes. The way his eyes don't follow the flight. The way his left foot digs slightly deeper into the dirt with each release. The arrow thuds into the center of the target, but he's already preparing the next one. There is no pride in the motion, no emphasis, only continuation. He speaks now, voice dry, cut low into the slope between accusation and memory. He does not speak of students, not at first. He speaks of technique, of control, of all the ways an arrow fails before it is ever loosed. He does not look at you. You do not interrupt. His words are not questions. They are remnants, shavings, things carved away over years, still warm at the edges. He tells you that people believe archery is about the arrow. It isn't. It's about the silence before, the moment the fingers hold breath, the space between draw and release. That's where everything happens. That's where it fails, or lands. He fires again, and again. Each shot finds its mark, though the wind has shifted slightly now. You feel it tugging at your sleeves. He does not adjust. He already has. You step forward. He nods once, barely perceptible. An offer. You take the bow. It feels strange in your hands, familiar but with the kind of memory you inherited, not earned. The string is tight. The wood creaks just faintly. You notch an arrow, raise your arms, feel the tension grow across your chest. The wind slips past your cheek like a whisper meant for someone else. You release. The arrow strikes wide. Not by much, but enough. You hear Ishikawa exhale behind you. Not disapproving, not amused, just present. He says nothing. That's the lesson. You fire again. And again, slowly, patiently. The weight of each draw reminds you that precision is not a gift, but a consequence. Something shaped by failure. Not in spite of it. Your shoulders ache. Your hands begin to cramp, but the arrows begin to land closer. The circle grows smaller. You adjust. Not because he told you to, but because your body listens to what it missed. He tells you about Tomo then, briefly. His words clipped, but careful, each sentence carved from stone, smoothed at the edges, heavy even when short. He does not speak her name with longing or anger. He speaks it the way someone speaks of a blade they once used too often and cannot put down, even now. You do not ask what happened. The forest answers for you. In the spaces between trunks, in the gaps between his words, in the arrowheads buried too deep to remove. The wind grows colder as the sun begins to slip. The light turns silver. The trees cast longer shadows. And still, he trains. Not himself. Not you. The moment. Each movement part of a ritual older than either of you, repeated because it must be. Because to stop would mean facing what remains when the stillness fades. Eventually, he lowers his bow and sits, not heavily, not stiffly. He folds himself into a crouch the way a bird settles into a branch, with control, with calculation. You sit beside him. The hillside leans slightly, and from here you can see the valley open wide, bathed in the last rays of a sky that no longer remembers color. He begins to speak again, not about the bow, not about war. He speaks about knowing when to stop watching, when the target is no longer ahead of you, but inside you, when the arrow has already left, and it's only your silence that determines where it lands. You say nothing, because some truths do not need reply. The valley below begins to darken. A few lanterns blink to life in the far distance, like scattered embers left behind in the wake of something larger. You imagine them as tiny beacons, or the last stars that fell and forgot to rise again. The wind brushes over your faces, drawing a faint chill along your collar. Ishikawa breathes deeply, and for the first time since you arrived, you hear the edge soften. He tells you that precision is a choice made long before the string is drawn, and that the hardest thing to aim for is forgiveness. You sit together in the falling light, the bow resting across your knees, the arrows spent, their absence more felt than seen, and the target far below, still marked, not by where the arrows landed, but by where they missed. The air stills. The hillside leans into sleep, and beside you, a master who never stopped training still watches the wind for signs of where she went. The hillside rests behind you now, quiet in its stillness, the last echoes of string and arrow fading into earth. You descend slowly, the path narrowing into something less certain, less carved, less expected. The wind here softens again, not gone, but caught in the branches above, whispering in a different language, one without command, without edge. You listen, and something inside you loosens. Not entirely, just enough to feel where the world ends and your steps begin. There's no reason to veer from the path, but you do. Not because you mean to, because something asks you to. Not with sound, not with light, but with presence. A flicker at the edge of your sight. A warmth just beyond logic. You pause beneath a maple tree split by lightning long ago, its trunk hollowed but still alive, and that's when you see it. The fox is not startled by your gaze. It does not flinch or run. It stands there on a moss-covered stone, tail flicking once, ears turned toward you like petals folding in thought. Its fur is bright, even in shadow, rust-colored, tipped with white, the kind of white that refuses to dull even under cloud. It tilts its head just slightly, not in question, but in invitation. Then it turns, and you follow, not because you should, but because you're already moving. The brush parts easily beneath your feet, branches lifting in slow arcs as though they too are curious. The fox slips through the undergrowth without sound, weaving between stone and root with the ease of something that has always belonged here. You trail behind, never close, never far, your boots careful not to press too deeply. This isn't your space. It's borrowed. The terrain becomes soft, not in danger, but in memory. You pass through ferns that brush your knees, through low tunnels of vine where the light filters in as faint golden beams, soft, shifting, like the glow of candles in a shrine too old to be named. The air smells of damp bark and the faint sweetness of petals that bloom without being seen. There is no path, yet you know you're on it. The fox pauses once, atop a ridge where a fallen log bridges the gap between two stones. It looks back at you, just for a moment, eyes catching a glint of sky, and then it continues. You cross carefully. The wood bends beneath your weight, but does not break. Below, a slow trickle of water winds through the rocks, a sound like fingers dragging gently over a drum. You descend further, and suddenly, the canopy above parts. The shrine is small, carved into the slope of the hill like it has grown there, not been built. It is ringed by stones stacked in careful layers, weathered smooth, each one holding the memory of a hand that placed it. The torii gate leans slightly, the ropes sagging with age, but the paper charms still sway, some whole, some frayed, all dancing to a wind that hasn't arrived yet. The fox stops at the foot of the altar and turns to you, its tail curling into the dirt. It sits, not expectantly, just present, like it has brought you here and now waits to see what you'll do with the moment it offered. You approach the shrine slowly, your hand brushing against a nearby branch as you pass, just to feel the texture, the reminder that this is real, even if it feels like dream. You kneel. The ground is damp, but not cold. There is no instruction, no ritual, only the quiet shape of reverence. You press your palms together, not because you believe, but because it feels right. The shrine hums gently beneath your breath, not aloud, not audibly, but inwardly. A warmth, low and small and steady, like a single coal beneath ash that refuses to go out. You bow, and when you rise, the fox is gone. No sound, no rustle, just absence shaped like grace. You do not search for it. It's not something to be found. It appears when the island needs to speak, and when it's done, it leaves. You remain still for a while longer, letting your heartbeat slow to match the rhythm of the wind. The forest breathes in long exhales. You listen for something else, not words, not answers, just confirmation. It comes not from the trees, not from the shrine, but from within your own bones. The sense that you are not lost, not here, not now. The weight you've carried does not lift, but it shifts, settles. You feel the shape of it change. A petal falls, one only. It lands on your shoulder and stays. You stand. The path behind you no longer exists. Not visibly, not practically, but that no longer matters. You know the way back, not by sight, but by feeling. The hush between leaves, the softness of moss under heel, the way the light leans through branches like a guide that doesn't need to speak. You pass back through the glade with slow steps, noticing now the things you missed before. The insect tracing a lazy circle over the surface of a leaf, the bent stem where a rabbit rested, the rock with a faded symbol carved deep into its side, unreadable but certain. Your hands brush your sides, your fingers twitch slightly, not from tension, from readiness, not to fight, but to remember, to carry, to continue. The forest thins eventually. The ferns give way to grass again, wider spaces, scattered wildflowers bent from recent rain. And up ahead, a single crow calls from the limb of a twisted pine. Once, twice, then falls silent. The wind returns, brushing your shoulders, running down your back like a slow tide. You do not see the fox again, but you feel it, somewhere just beyond the corner of your vision, watching, perhaps, or simply moving on, as it always has. The shrine is behind you now, but its warmth lingers, tucked deep inside the quiet places where grief and wonder meet, not in conflict, but in quiet agreement. And when you walk forward again, the air seems to open for you, not dramatically, not with promise, just enough for the world to let you keep going, and just enough for you to remember that someone, something, showed you where to begin. The trees grow thinner the further west you walk, and the sound of birdsong becomes less frequent, as if the forest itself is holding its breath for something it cannot bear to speak. The wind is different now, low and weighty, pressing along the back of your neck like a memory you haven't yet invited, but feel all the same. The sunlight reaches your face again, but dimly, washed pale by haze that doesn't belong to mist or fog or storm. It is something older, something left behind. The path fades as you near the edge of the bluffs, and when the trees give way entirely, the horizon opens, wide and unrelenting. The sky is low and gray here, stitched with long streaks of lingering cloud. You see it all from above at first. The curve of the coastline, the craggy rocks to the north, the stretch of sand that feels longer than memory. And further still, the beach. Komoda. It should be quiet, but it isn't. The wind carries the soft groan of wood shifting under its own decay, the faint moan of sails torn loose and clinging to broken masts. Metal rusts audibly if you listen hard enough. The creak of armor plates, the buckling of blades that will never be drawn again. And somewhere beneath it all, there's still smoke. Not seen, not fresh. Just the scent of it. Faint and sour and soaked deep into the shore, as if the sand itself is still trying to breathe it out. You descend slowly. The hill gives way to gravel first, then to dirt pressed flat by the weight of boots long since scattered. Grass tries to grow in some places, but it's tentative, yellowed, cautious, pushing up through char and bone. The path curves around the edge of the bluff, and the beach comes into full view, sprawling and solemn and wrong in a way that never stops humming at the base of your skull. It looks almost ordinary at a glance, just sand, just sea, but your body remembers it differently. Your legs slow, not out of fear, but reverence. Your breath adjusts, deeper now, fuller, as if you're bracing for something that already happened, and the world feels heavier, not with danger, with memory. The tide is low, leaving behind long arcs of wet sand and scattered wreckage. Ships broken into splinters, spears half buried like questions no one answered, flags torn into shapes unrecognizable, fluttering softly from poles driven too deep to remove. You pass one slowly, watching the cloth sway not in pride, not in mourning, but in absence. Your feet move without direction. The sand gives gently beneath your steps, clinging to your boots, pulling just slightly at the edges of your stride. The sea murmurs in its usual way, but even it sounds tired here, as if every wave is another reminder of the weight it once had to carry. Blood has long washed away, but the color hasn't. The tint of the beach is different, a shade darker than it should be, even under gray skies, as if the earth absorbed too much and refused to forget. You come across a broken helmet, half buried and dulled by rust. You crouch beside it, fingers brushing over its edge. The lacquer has cracked in 3 places, and there's a faint dent where something struck with precision. You don't know the name of the man who wore it. You don't try to. You simply lift it briefly, then set it back down, not quite where it was, but close. A gesture, a recognition. The wind shifts, bringing the sea's breath closer, salt and ash and time. You inhale, and for a moment it is then, the screams behind you, the fire ahead, the push and fall of bodies you knew and didn't, the clatter of hooves, the iron thud of arrows piercing wood, the silence after your blade failed to turn the tide. It doesn't last. The sound recedes. The present returns, and you are alone. You continue walking. Scattered among the wreckage are remnants of cloth, sleeves, sashes, banners bleached and tattered. You don't touch them. You let them lie, pressed into the sand like the last breath of someone who didn't know which direction was home. Further down the beach, a section of fencing remains, shattered but upright. Spears are wedged into the earth at irregular intervals, some snapped, some scorched. It looks like defense. It feels like a grave. You stand beside it, one hand resting lightly on the top of a splintered post. The wind wraps around your fingers. The sea presses against your ears. You close your eyes. You see your uncle again, not as he is now, but as he was then. Unbent, unyielding, shouting orders into a chaos that refused to listen. You see the shape of him rise above the crest of the battle, blade in hand, honor burning in his throat like a torch too bright to hold. You remember running toward that light. You remember it going out. You don't cry. You haven't in years. But something in your jaw tightens. A muscle, a memory, a refusal. A gull cries nearby, shrill, impatient. It lands on a driftwood log a few paces from you and watches, its head tilted, its feathers bristling in the wind. Around its feet, the sand is littered with shells, broken open and picked clean. It hops once, calls again, then lifts into the sky. You follow its arc briefly, watching it rise toward the cliffs, then disappear behind the graying light. You move again. The shoreline narrows further south, bending toward a cluster of rocks half swallowed by the tide. The waves lap against them without rhythm. The sound is off, like a song sung without melody. There's a small ridge here, and you climb it slowly, knees aching from salt-stiff joints and a day's worth of walking. At the top, a single tree stands, crooked, stripped of leaves, bark blackened by flame or time. Its roots cling to the cliff's edge, as if holding itself back from falling. You sit beneath it, not because it offers shade or shelter, but because it's the only thing that hasn't moved, the only thing that seems to be waiting. From here, the full beach spreads out behind you, the curve of it, the history of it, a scar left too open to close. You sit for a long time, listening, not for answers, just for echoes. You hear none, only the hush of the sea, the whistle of wind across broken metal, the sigh of sand as it shifts beneath your weight. Your fingers draw lines in the grit beside you, a habit, not art, not words, just shapes, circles that don't close, arrows that point nowhere, the act of moving, of being here. And as the tide begins to rise again, as the water reclaims another inch of beach, you stand. You brush the sand from your knees, and you breathe. Not deeply, not evenly, just enough. Enough to remember, enough to leave, enough to carry the silence forward, not as burden, as proof. And behind you, Komoda remains, not in smoke, not in fire, but in the color of the sea as it forgets. The sky is folding in on itself, gray on gray, as if the wind has forgotten where to blow next. You do not move right away. The fire behind you has died down to nothing but its memory, and even that is beginning to fade. Ash curls lazily where flame once lived, like a sigh you didn't mean to make. You draw your cloak tighter, not because of the cold, but because something in the world has loosened. The stillness has teeth. It presses in, not sharply, not yet, but insistently, like silence learning to speak. There's a small box beneath the floorboards. You remembered it just now, though you've passed it many times before. You always knew it was there, even when your feet didn't stop, even when your hands didn't reach. But today, the weight of the wind feels too much like breath you once heard in a room like this. So you kneel, so you lift, so you open it. The box is unremarkable. Simple wood, no carving, no lock. It was never meant to keep secrets out, only to hold them in, gently, like cupped hands catching rain. Inside, the letters are folded tight, edges yellowed, some stained with the quiet war wounds of ink and damp. None bear your name. Some are half addressed, some are not addressed at all. The one on top bears only a single word in familiar brushstrokes. Uncle. You unfold it carefully. The paper crackles like old leaves. You don't remember writing it, and yet the brush knows your rhythm. The strokes are uneven, not with haste, but with hesitation. The way a heart speaks when it doesn't know if it should. I don't know if you'll ever read this. That's the first line. You breathe it in like smoke from a field you should have burned yourself. The words are soft, but they hold edges. Not sharp enough to cut, but enough to remind you where you once bled. I remember the stories. I remember how you held your sword like it was an extension of your breath. I remember watching you in the courtyard, thinking I would grow into something that looked like that. I am still waiting. The letter trails off, not in a goodbye, but in a silence. The kind that doesn't know if it's finished speaking yet. You set it down, not gently, not harshly, just with the weight of everything that still lingers in your chest. Another letter waits underneath. This one is unsigned, but the scent still clings to the fold. A faint trace of plum blossoms, or memory pretending to be scent. It is written in a different hand, but the ink moves the same way. It dances around absence. We waited for you. That night when the sky bled at Komoda, we waited. We lit the candles anyway, as if the dead could still see. As if you would ride in from the dark with the moon behind you. You cannot finish reading. Not because it hurts, but because something in your throat has decided to remember instead. The words on the page blur, not from tears, but from something deeper, like vision adjusting to what cannot be seen, only felt. The wind moves again. It brushes against the doorway like someone trying to knock without being heard. Outside, the grass leans east. You step out slowly, not because you're cautious, but because you aren't sure if you're still carrying the same weight. The pages in your sleeve rustle against your wrist. You do not know why you brought them. You do not know what they want from you. There is a path that leads nowhere important. You take it anyway. Each step is soft. Each breath feels like apology. The air smells of moss and wood smoke, though neither are near. You pass by an old shrine, broken and blooming. A fox watches you from beneath a cedar. It does not move. It does not blink. It is the color of old fire. You kneel by the edge of the river. The stones are smooth and round beneath your fingers. The water moves like silk caught in sleep. You reach into your sleeve and pull out one of the letters. Not the one to your uncle. Not the one that waited for you. Just one that never found a voice. The ink has faded into the paper, like memory absorbed into skin. You do not read it. You do not need to. You place it gently on the water. The letter floats briefly before the current accepts it. It does not rush. It drifts. And then it is gone. Something inside you loosens. Not breaks, not shatters, but releases. As if your ribs had been holding something for too long that was never yours to keep. You sit there longer than the cold allows. The wind rises and falls. Somewhere in the trees, a crow calls once, then stops. The world doesn't move. It breathes. Later you return to the small house, though it does not feel like yours. You close the box. You do not lock it. You do not hide it again. It remains where the light can find it, should anyone else ever need to remember. Night settles without asking. The shadows stretch not in menace, but in melancholy. The fire is reborn, slow and tired. A single flicker that sighs each time the wind leans in. You sit beside it, your hands resting in your lap, your eyes half closed. Somewhere in your mind, the letters rewrite themselves, not with different words, but with softer ones. The kind of words that don't need to be read to be understood. Outside, the wind stirs the grass and whispers. You do not answer, but you listen. And above you, the sky folds again, gray into deeper gray, like parchment waiting for a name you never learned to sign, like breath folded quietly back into the night. The letters lie folded beneath your hand, still whispering with ink not meant to endure. The fire has long since shrunk to a faint red hush, and outside the rain has begun again. That fine, sifting kind that doesn't fall, but drifts. It is the kind of night where memory clings to the edge of everything. You rise, slowly, leaving the ghosts of unsent words behind. The coals offer no protest as you pass. They only blink once, as if to say goodbye. The mask waits near the doorway. It is not hidden. It never was. It stands, quietly upright, as though it might bow. There is no ceremony to it, no great unveiling. Just the creak of armor settling on shoulders, grown used to its weight. The quiet ritual of leather bindings looped with practiced hands. And then, the moment. That moment, always slower than you remember. When your breath shortens, not from fear, but from remembering how it changes once the mask is on. You lift it, and it does not resist you. Inside, it smells of ash and cloth. of the sweat you never notice until you're alone, of cold mornings and warmer endings. You hesitate, not because you are unsure, but because you already know what happens next. The shift, the narrowing, the transformation. Not from man to monster. No, not quite, but from name to silence. It settles across your face like a second skin. Your breath sounds different now. You hear it more than feel it, like something behind glass or water or memory, close but distorted, familiar but altered, the way your voice must sound to others, full of something no longer entirely your own. You close your eyes, and the inside of the mask becomes a world in itself, tight, humid, infinite in its smallness. You feel the soft pulse of your heart inside your ears, steady, steady. You are still here, but you are not alone. You move through the house like shadow wrapped in lacquered wood and the quiet apology of footsteps. Every board remembers you. Some even sigh. You do not startle at their protest. You only pause, once, at the threshold, where the light touches the rice paper and gold, and let yourself remember that this used to be a home. You step past it anyway. Outside, the rain catches the edge of your vision first. Not the sound that came earlier, but the shimmer, the way it curls along the roof edge, the flick of it off the sleeve of your armor. The mask does not blink, and neither do you. There is no need to see clearly, only enough to move, and that you do. The road beyond is not a road anymore. It is a ribbon of mud and crushed leaves, stretched thin through trees that whisper things you do not ask to understand. The fog has gathered low, curling around the ankles of the world like a waiting cat. There are shapes in the mist, not people, not quite, but impressions. Things you've passed before, things that passed you. They linger here longer than they should, not because they are trapped, but because they are patient. A fox watches from beneath a bent cedar. Not the same one, maybe, but familiar enough that the tilt of its head feels like greeting, or challenge, or both. You do not follow it, not tonight. It does not move. It only watches. You pass, and it lets you. There are footsteps behind you, soft ones, unhurried, yours, echoed, or someone else's idea of who you used to be. The mask does not permit you to turn. It has no neck. It has only forward. And so you go. The village is not asleep, but it does not stir. Smoke rises from a handful of homes, curling thinly upward as though afraid to be noticed. You drift between them like someone no longer used to doors. You remember when greetings filled these spaces. Names, laughter, bowls of rice clutched in mittened hands. Now the greetings are looks, sideways, downward, from behind windows, through slats. Even the dogs do not bark anymore. They only whimper once and hide. You leave no trail. Somewhere near the well, an old man is still awake. He hums, soft and off-key, rocking slightly as he sharpens a blade already long past use. You pause, not because you fear him, but because you recognize the sound. That old lullaby about the mountains and the moon. Your mother used to hum it when your fever came. You remember the feel of her hand on your forehead, and how her voice would crack on the second verse. The blade catches the stone, sharp and slow. You move on. The mask is not heavy, but it makes everything else feel light by comparison. Your sword, your breath, your hesitation, they float now. You are carried more than you walk, as if the earth has agreed to bear your weight in exchange for what you've already given, and you have given much. Past the shrine, the wind shifts. You do not stop, but the scent comes anyway. Blood, old and rained on, something ferrous and sad. You taste it before you understand it. A reminder. The mask lets you feel that much. There is a hut at the edge of the trees. Its roof is caved in, but the walls still hold. A single candle burns near the doorway, flickering not from wind, but from its own exhaustion. You pause there, beside it, and feel your breath against the inside of the mask. It fogs slightly, then clears, then fogs again. You place your hand on the wood, and it is warmer than it should be. There are no footsteps here, no recent ones. But the candle believes someone will return. You let it think so. Further up the hill, the path narrows into stone steps, the kind built long before your name mattered. You take them slowly, not out of reverence, but out of memory. You've walked these before, long ago, when your father's shadow still walked beside you, one step slower, one breath steadier. He never wore a mask. He said a man's face should be enough. You understand now why it wasn't. At the top, the overlook. The sea is restless tonight. It always is, but you forget sometimes, until you hear it again. The endless hush and crash, the inhale and exhale. It sounds like breathing, distant and enormous. You sit at the edge, the mask still clinging to you like second skin, and let the wind press against it. The scent of salt, the chill of open air. You let it in. Somewhere in the folds of your armor, the old letter still rests. Not sent. Not written, really. Just carried. Words you composed but never put to paper. Words for your uncle, for your mother, for someone who might have understood. You whisper them now. Not aloud, but beneath the mask. You do not cry. The mask would not permit it, but the sea does. The sea always does. Minutes pass, or maybe hours. The moon climbs higher, or maybe it doesn't. The sky doesn't change, but the stars rearrange themselves just enough to make you feel noticed. Not watched, not judged, just noticed. You are still here, breathing. Beneath the mask, you are still a shape the island remembers. You do not remove it, even now. The mask. It has settled into you the way old scars do. No longer aching, but never quiet. You rise, finally, and let the wind walk beside you again. The path back is the same, but your footsteps feel different now. Not lighter, not heavier, just quieter. The candle in the ruined hut has gone out. You don't notice when. The village is still. The fox is gone. The trees do not whisper anymore. The road unfolds ahead like a ribbon of dark silk, and the mask. The mask breathes for you. And somewhere, far behind you, the fire you left has gone to sleep. The road unfurls behind you like the exhale of a mask no longer needed. The air tastes different without it. Less filtered, more uncertain. It carries a quiet bitterness now, almost floral, like a garden that blooms in secret. The kind of scent you can't quite place until it's already inside you, settled beneath your tongue, clinging to the inside of your breath. You follow it, not out of curiosity, but because it's already guiding you, as if the wind had hands. The forest thickens here, not into darkness, but into silence, a denser kind, the kind that folds around sound and keeps it close. Your footsteps become quieter, not because you're trying to be stealthy, but because the world insists on it. The path narrows, swallowed by brush, by vines that reach without moving, by branches that bend slightly too low, as though bowing or warning, or both. Everything smells damp, overgrown, sweet in a way that feels slightly wrong, like overripe fruit, like medicine pretending to be honey. You remember this part of the island, or perhaps your body does, the tilt of the land, the angle of the light, though there is no sun, the way every leaf trembles just a little too long after the breeze has passed. There was a man here once, long ago, or not so long. He brewed things in hollowed gourds. His breath always stank of roots and secrets. He offered cures you didn't ask for, and poisons you didn't decline. A crow watches you from a crooked pine, not cawing, just watching. Its feathers twitch slightly, as if trying to hold in a warning it's not allowed to give. You meet its eye for a moment. It does not blink. Deeper now. The trees close tighter. The air gets heavy, not thick, but soaked, like it's holding something it can't let go. Your shoulders ache from it. Your ribs press against it. And still you go on. There's a hum to the place. Not sound exactly, but something between pressure and breath, like someone is exhaling just beneath the skin of the world. Constant, soft wrong. You reach the glade before you realize you've been walking in circles, or maybe spirals. The clearing is small, sunless, and full of green. Too much green. The kind that doesn't just grow, it creeps. Moss that glistens like wet skin. Flowers that bloom too low to the ground, their petals curling inwards like mouths mid-prayer. There is a scent here. Thick, sweet, rotten. You breathe it in without meaning to. It sits behind your eyes. In the center, the hut, or what's left of it, half swallowed by ivy. Roof collapsed, doorway intact. The wooden beams lean inward, as if the structure is ashamed of something, or perhaps protecting something small. There's no sound now, not birds, not insects. Just that same hum, slightly louder, like it's waiting. You step closer and the hum pulses. Once, then fades. Inside, it's darker than it should be. Not black, just dim in that particular way, as though the walls themselves drink light. The scent is stronger here. Not unpleasant, not exactly, but persistent. Clove, maybe, or nightshade. Something meant to be helpful, used wrong. Your eyes adjust slowly. There are bundles of herbs hanging from the ceiling, long since dried, crumbling at the edges like old paper. The floor is soft, not with dust, but with crushed petals. You kneel instinctively and brush your fingers through them. They stain. A reddish film that lingers even when you wipe it away. You find the bottles beneath the collapsed table. Dozens of them, tucked into hollow logs, sealed with wax or cloth or nothing at all. Some still hold liquid. Others dried into tar. One is cracked. The scent from it is the same one that's filled your breath. The same one that stains your dreams sometimes when you've gone too long without sleep. You don't know what you're looking for, but your hands keep moving. A scroll, rolled tight, tied with a strip of faded silk. The knot is simple. The paper inside smells of mildew and ink. The writing is shaky, spidery, smudged in places, the kind of script written in shaking hands. Not a recipe, not a warning. Just thoughts, fragments, descriptions of symptoms, flowers, doses, effects. Something about dreams that last too long. Something about voices that don't stop even after the ears go quiet. You don't realize you've sat down until your back touches the wall. It breathes, faintly. Or maybe that's you. There's a bowl near your foot. Shallow. Clay stained from years of use. You tip it toward the light. Something glints at the bottom. A sliver of root, blackened and curled like a sleeping finger. You don't touch it. You just watch it. It does not move. But something in the air shifts, as if it noticed. Outside, the crow calls once. Sharp. Sudden. It breaks the silence like a crack in porcelain. The hut exhales. The forest stills. You rise. Your fingers tingle. Not from cold. From something subtler. A warning. Or a promise. It's hard to tell the difference these days. Back outside, the light is softer now. Not evening. Just dull. The trees feel taller. You retrace your steps, but they don't feel like yours anymore. The ground seems slightly unfamiliar beneath your feet, like it's watching to see if you remember the way. The glade vanishes behind you faster than it should. The mask is not with you, but its breath remains, the rhythm of inhaling slowly, carefully, as if the air is no longer entirely safe. You pass a stream, shallow, silver with motion. You kneel, cup water in your hands, sip. It tastes fine, but something in your chest doesn't believe you. You drink anyway. You always do. Further down the path, the birds return. Not with song, just motion. Flitting shapes in the corner of your eye. Colorless, soundless, present. You think about the poisons you've tasted before. How they don't always begin as pain. Sometimes they start as clarity, as warmth, as the lifting of a weight you didn't know you carried. You wonder if that's how this one starts, not in the body, but in the way the world tilts slightly when you breathe, the way shadows feel a little too slow, the way your heartbeat sounds further away than usual. The path leads back to the main road. You step onto it without sound. The trees watch. The forest closes, but not around you, behind. There's something tucked into your sash now. You don't remember placing it there. A small vial. Glass. Cloudy. Warm. You feel it with your fingertips. It doesn't vibrate. It doesn't glow. It just exists, like an unanswered question. You leave it there. The clouds thicken above. Not enough for rain. Just enough to erase the color from the sky. Everything goes soft. The edges blur. You walk. The crow follows. You don't turn around, but you hear its wings. Slow, measured, close. At the next rise, you pause. The sea is visible again, pale, far away, murmuring secrets it never explains. You close your eyes, just for a moment. The wind passes through you like a thought not yet spoken. You do not fall. You keep walking. There's no destination. Just the feeling that something has begun, quietly, without you. And now it waits. Not for action, not for answer, just acknowledgement. And somewhere behind your breath, the edge of something sharp and sweet begins to glow, just faintly, like a lantern seen through fog. And the taste of the air begins to change. The fireflies have scattered. The field is behind you now, dimming with distance, memory folded into the hum of a night that keeps changing its mind. The air cools in places it hadn't before, and the silence, gentler now, presses like a hand against your back, nudging you forward toward the hills, where smoke no longer rises. You arrive before you mean to. That happens often these days. Your feet carry memory before thought can catch up, and by the time you notice, you're already standing in it. The temple stands crooked now, leaning into itself like a man whose breath has gone shallow. Its bones are blackened, charred beams jutting out like broken ribs, ribs that once cradled prayer and incense, and the soft footfalls of monks at dawn. You don't step across the threshold, not yet. The threshold doesn't know how to receive you anymore. The wood is scorched and soft beneath the ash. A gate meant to welcome now sags like it has forgotten its purpose. The banners above are half gone, not torn in battle, but frayed by forgetting. Wind pulls at what's left, and you wonder if it's trying to carry the name of the temple somewhere safer. You hear him before you see him. The sound is not quite footsteps, not quite breathing. It is the rustle of cloth against grief, a shoulder moving without destination, a weight being adjusted that never gets lighter. Norio is not praying. He is pretending to. You watch him from the edge of what was once a courtyard, though the stones are cracked now, and moss has begun to reclaim the outlines. There is a tree here that survived. Its bark is singed, but its leaves persist, as if the roots whispered to it in the night. Not yet. Its branches stretch over Norio like a hand that forgot how to comfort. He kneels, but his spine curls forward, the way someone curls around a wound. His hands rest on his thighs like offerings he doesn't believe in anymore. And in front of him, ashes arranged in the shape of something once sacred, sits a bowl, empty, not from neglect, but because it was never meant to be filled again. You approach slowly, your footsteps muffled by the damp that lives in ruined places. When you stop beside him, he doesn't look up. His eyes are on something that isn't here. Not anymore. "The fire took the scrolls," he says, voice hoarse but low. "All of them. Sutras copied by hand. Pages inked with patience I no longer have you sit. Not beside him exactly. Near enough that your shadow touches his. Far enough that he can pretend it doesn't. The air smells like old prayers and new mildew, like burned lacquer and quiet resignation. There's a bitterness in it, but not from anger. It's the kind that lingers after something sacred has been broken, not by blasphemy, but by indifference, not by rage, but by war. He finally turns toward you. His face hasn't changed much, but something behind it has sagged inward. The scaffolding of purpose is still there, but some beams have given way. Grief rearranges people like that. I thought, maybe if I stayed, he begins, then stops. His voice is like a door trying not to creak. Maybe if I cleaned the stones. Maybe if I lit the lamps. Maybe the kami would come back. You do not speak. There is nothing in your throat that would soothe the rawness in his. He draws something from the fold of his sleeve. A scrap of parchment, edges darkened, writing blurred where rain touched it. He holds it out but does not offer it to you. He is showing it, not sharing it. It's my brother's, he says, or was. I don't know anymore. You look. The ink has run in places, but the characters remain, small, careful, deliberate, written by someone who believed they had more time. It is not a prayer, it is a list. Simple things. Rice, ink, a new brush. Things one needs when they believe the world will go on. You nod, not in understanding, but in recognition, because you too have things you never sent. Words left behind, folded into corners of memory like moths tucked in linen. The bowl between you shifts slightly as wind curls around the temple's remains. It makes a sound like someone clearing their throat from far away. The kind of sound that only ruins make. And Norio lets the paper fall into it. He does not watch it land. He rises slowly, knees resisting, spine cracking like a page turned too many times. It's not a temple anymore, he says, brushing his palms together as if shaking off dust or absolution. It's a grave. You stand with him. You don't argue. Sometimes graves are all that's left of places meant for healing. Together you walk the perimeter. The path is overgrown, but your bodies remember it. The lantern posts are hollow now, their bellies long emptied of light. You brush one gently with your fingers. It leans into the touch, then creaks as if sighing in recognition. Norio speaks little. When he does, the words come slowly, not because he doubts them, but because he's measuring whether they're still his. He died here, he says once, stopping near a scorched stump where a statue once stood. Defending silence, defending breath. You know what he means. Not the act, but the choice behind it. Further along, a broken bell lies sideways, its lip cracked, its echo trapped inside. Norio runs a hand across it, and for a moment you think he might try to ring it. He doesn't. He just listens. And in the stillness, you both imagine the sound it would have made. He kneels once more, not to pray, but to gather something from the earth. A shard of ceramic, pale blue beneath soot. The corner of a teacup, maybe. Something mundane, something human. He turns it in his hand. My brother used to serve tea here. Just tea. No sermons, no lessons, just warmth. You wonder how many other temples had cups like this, how many other hands have closed around their memory. You wonder how much of Tsushima is made of things like this now. Small, broken proofs that peace once existed. The sun doesn't shine here. It glows, distantly. The clouds hang heavy, as if unsure whether to cry. You and Norio sit again, this time not in prayer, but in exhaustion. The kind of tired that only comes when you've been carrying a place inside your chest for too long. He speaks once more, softer now. I don't think I believe anymore. You do not offer comfort. Not here. Not now. Instead, you reach into your sleeve and draw out something small, one of your own. A stone, smoothed by river and thumb, carried not for belief, but for balance. You place it beside him, not between you. A quiet offering, a shared silence. The wind passes again, slower this time, like it's trying not to disturb anything important, like it's remembering. And as the last of the light gathers in the bowl of the sky, You feel it shift. Not brighter, not warmer, just softer, as if even the ghosts are listening. Norio does not move. His breath is steady now, not peaceful, but steady. And somewhere behind the broken walls, beneath the soot, beneath the ash, beneath the moss and memory, something hums. Not a song, not a prayer, just presence. A temple, not rebuilt, but remembered. A faith, not restored, but endured. And as the wind curls around the last upright pillar, brushing the torn banner with fingers made of dusk, you let it carry one breath longer before you turn away. The banner flutters once, then stills. The air still holds the scent of burnt cedar and moss-soft ground as you move through the night. Behind you, the temple ruins breathe smoke in long, uneven sighs, like something wounded but not quite ready to die. Norio's voice is still somewhere in your memory, low, cracked, half prayer, half apology. But it drifts now, dissolving into the hush that gathers when no one wants to speak first. And the wind, ever listening, carries it off gently, as if folding it into the pages of a story that has no final chapter. The forest ahead does not welcome you. It merely allows your passage. The trees lean together like conspirators, branches whispering above you in a language older than grief. Beneath your feet, the path is narrow and soft with fallen things, leaves, needles, promises. Your steps make little sound, yet the quiet feels thinner each time you move, as though even silence has grown wary of your weight. And then, just beyond the slope where the trees thin and the earth forgets how to rise, you see them, tiny glimmers, floating. Not in a pattern, not in a swarm, just drifting, like thoughts that never quite turned into words. Fireflies, dozens, hundreds. Each one a soft breath of light, here and then not, pulsing against the dark like the memory of someone who once stood beside you. You slow your step without deciding to, letting the moment shape itself, letting the rhythm of the night carry your feet instead of will. The fireflies do not scatter. They blink slowly, gently, as though aware of you but unafraid. You wonder if they remember the way the land once was, before fires, before blades, before titles like ghost or samurai or traitor. Perhaps they never forgot. Perhaps they simply never had to. There's a clearing ahead, half hidden by the kind of overgrowth that looks deliberate, as though the earth was trying to close this place off and keep it secret. You push through quietly, your hand brushing aside ferns that curl back from your touch like shy animals. The field opens before you, a hollow held together by stillness. Fireflies float in waves, their glow reflected in the water pooled in the dip of the land. And on the far side, near the roots of a slouched and ancient tree, a single bell sways on a weathered frame. No wind moves it, no rope pulls it, but it hums softly, as if it remembers a time when someone used to come here and ring it simply to hear a sound that felt holy. You sit, not because you are tired, but because it would feel wrong to stand. The grass beneath you is damp and cool. Your knees remember childhood. Your shoulders remember the weight of someone else's death. And your chest remembers that once you breathed without thinking, that once your name meant only yourself. The night wraps around you slowly, like cloth warmed by another body. Crickets murmur from the edges, low and rhythmic. A single frog croaks, then falls quiet, as if realizing it's speaking out of turn. You close your eyes and listen, not for anything in particular, but simply to feel what remains. The wind moves through the trees like breath across skin, barely there, but intimate. Somewhere deeper in the forest, you hear the sound of a bell again. Not the one in the field, but another, fainter, farther. It rings once, then once more, slow and solemn, like the kind of bell that marks time not by hours, but by memories. It does not ask for attention. It simply exists, a sound among other sounds, but you feel it in your ribs, like the echo of your own name, spoken in a voice you haven't heard in years. The fireflies drift closer, blinking in rhythm. Not with the bells, not with your heart, but with some older pulse beneath the world. You remember something then, not clearly, not as fact, but as a shape behind a curtain, someone's hand, warm on your back. A poem whispered at dusk, the smell of river reeds and rice, a promise you made to no one, but held to all the same. The bell rings again, and this time it's as if the trees pause to listen, even the fireflies still for a moment, suspended in their gentle orbit. You breathe, and in the quiet between bell and breath, you feel the shape of everything you've lost. You lie back slowly, the grass cold beneath your shoulders, but soft. The fireflies scatter above you now, a sky made small, stars that can be touched. Your fingers twitch once, then still. You do not reach for them. You let them dance. Above you, the moon hides behind a sheer veil of cloud, casting no shadow. You are not light, not dark, only in between. The bells no longer ring. The frog does not call again. And yet, the field feels full, as if silence itself has gathered here, not as absence, but as offering. You think briefly of the road ahead, of blades that wait, of oaths yet to break, of names you have not yet taken. But those thoughts do not linger. They drift like the fireflies, near, but untouchable. This night does not belong to ghosts. It belongs to stillness, to soft lights, to things too small to carry but too bright to forget. You close your eyes again, not to sleep, but to rest, the way old trees rest and old bells and hearts that have carried too much too long. The wind moves once more through the trees, gentle and directionless. The fireflies blink slower now, as if tiring or dreaming. A soft chime stirs from the old bell in the grass, unbidden, barely sound, just enough to notice, just enough to remember. And the night exhales. The bells have stopped, but the sound clings to the edge of your hearing, faint as an afterimage left behind when a candle is blown out. The fireflies are behind you now, their glow caught in the folds of your memory, like soft silk snagged on thorn. You walk away from the field slowly, as if trying not to disturb the hush that still floats over it. Your feet know the way before your thoughts do. The forest opens, closes, opens again, not with grandeur, but with quiet acceptance. And somewhere between the last tree and the next breath, the earth becomes still again. The wind narrows here, pulled into slender threads by the stones that rise from the earth like ribs. The trees are sparse now, and the ground begins to slope inwards, gently, like a bowl half filled with moonlight. You feel it before you see it, the slow gathering of water, the breathless stillness of a place that does not echo. The haiku pool waits below, still, patient, mirror smooth, as if untouched by even the sky. You take the path without hurrying. Pebbles shift beneath your step, each one answering in its own small voice. Moss clings to the edges of every rock, damp and green and ancient. You kneel not out of reverence, but because it feels wrong not to. The pool does not ripple. It receives you without a sound. Your reflection waits for you in the water. It does not flinch, does not blink. It stares upward from the surface as if it had been waiting long before you arrived. And though the face is yours, the jaw, the eyes, the scar at the brow, it does not feel like something you own. It feels borrowed, or forgotten, or remembered wrong. You breathe, and the reflection breathes with you, but not quite in time. The pool is too still, and the air too clean. There is nothing here to anchor you except yourself, and that has never felt like enough. Beneath the surface, stones rest like bones, smooth, pale, arranged by water and time. You imagine you can see words written on them, not letters, but meanings. A name here, a loss there. Some part of you wonders if this is where old memories go to settle, if enough silence and patience can hold the shape of what once was, like clay around an absence. You reach into your mind for a poem. Not for art, not for ritual, but because the moment calls for shape, for rhythm, for a way to speak without sound. The first line comes slowly, more a feeling than a sentence. Something about the wind, the way it moves like regret. The second line holds the image of a mountain you climbed as a boy, alone, chasing the idea of a father who was always too far ahead. The third line tries to hold silence itself, but fails. You whisper it anyway, not aloud, just into the bones of your chest. The pool does not answer, but the leaves above it rustle once, as if offering approval, or perhaps reminding you that they have heard better. Your eyes return to the water. The reflection has changed. It still wears your face, but older now, or maybe younger. It smiles in a way you haven't in years, not with joy, but with recognition. The kind of smile that says, "I remember when you were someone else." You do not smile back. The air is too thick with memory. You close your eyes, and the world tilts inward. There is no breeze, no birds, only the faint creak of a reed leaning too far, and the gentle drip of time pooling in the corners of your mind. You see the faces of the fallen, not clear, not in pain, just present, the way dreams are present. They are not asking for anything, just watching and waiting and remembering you better than you remember yourself. You open your eyes. The reflection is gone, but the water still holds its shape. The light has shifted now, softer, the sky beginning to lean into dusk. The shadows are longer, the pool darker. You feel the tug of another verse, but this one stumbles halfway through, dissolving into breath. You let it. Around the edge of the pool, small flowers grow in defiance of logic. Purple, low to the ground, faces turned away from the sun. You reach to touch one, but stop just short. The petals do not move. They are too still to be real, or perhaps too real to be touched. A heron steps from the reeds across the water, its motion impossibly slow. Each leg moves with the care of something that remembers when stillness was safer than flight. It dips its beak, lifts it, and waits. The ripple fades quickly. You watch it until it is gone again, and then even the space it occupied feels like memory. You shift your weight, bones creaking like old steps. The cold has found your knees, the kind that feels like it has always been there, only now noticed. You roll your shoulders, not to loosen them, but to remind yourself they still move. One more look into the pool. The sky is visible now, faint, distant, more color than shape. A few stars, barely bold enough to shine yet. The reflection returns, not yours, not anyone's, just the shape of a man kneeling by water, silent. You let that be enough. You stand slowly. The ground does not resist. The moss gives, grateful. You turn from the pool and do not look back. Not because you're finished, but because it never wanted you to. The forest receives you again. The slope carries you upward into wind and stone. Night is not full yet, but it waits, quiet and expectant. You carry nothing with you but the rhythm of your breath and the sense that something important was left behind. In the distance, a bird calls once, a low sound, almost like a laugh, and beneath it, the water of the haiku pool holds everything you did not say. And in the quiet between stars, it listens still. The path pulls you away from the haiku pool, like the fading of a thought you tried to hold, but couldn't. Moss yields beneath your steps, quiet as breath, and the trees lean in with that kind of oldness that doesn't speak, but watches. Light has changed. It filters through the canopy now, not in silver or gold, but in a deeper color, one that burns like leaves, caught mid-fall, like the final breath of afternoon before night begins to gather its arms around the edges of the world. Your hand brushes a branch and red flecks break away like soft embers. They swirl briefly, catch the wind, and then vanish. The leaves here fall not in flurries, but in moments, each one a small decision to let go. You follow their lead, letting the air empty your lungs without resistance. Something has begun to still inside you. A clearing reveals itself gradually, the way a secret becomes known, not with sound, but with space. The forest hushes at its edges, unwilling to follow you further. You step into it slowly, and the hush follows like an echo. The ground beneath your feet shifts from moss to stone, from stone to old soil laced with the roots of things older than war. Crimson leaves cover everything. The floor, the stones, even the shadows are dusted in red. The color is too vivid to be blood, too soft. But something in your chest remembers anyway. At the center of it all, he waits. Not as a threat, not as a silhouette, just as a presence. Upright, still, wearing the shape of a man, but holding himself like something carved from intention. You do not name him, though your heart does. It whispers the memory of his stance, the rhythm of his breath. You know who he is. Not just the man, but what he means. He does not speak, neither do you. The silence between you is not emptiness, but the weight of everything that has ever been spoken before now. Lessons once murmured over tea. Warnings carried in posture rather than word. The firm hand that once corrected your grip. The softer one that once praised your poise. The years that unraveled between then and now. Unspoken, unmet, unavoidable. Your hand moves without thinking, the hilt familiar against your palm. Not cold, not warm, just right. The blade is still sheathed. It hums there, barely awake, like a breath drawn in and held. He nods once, and the leaves move. Not wind, not magic, just the exhale of a moment reaching its center. The silence deepens into stillness. You draw your sword, and he draws his, and in that space between movement and memory, everything slows. You step forward, not to strike, not yet, but to arrive. The duel is not a clash. It is not noise. It is the conversation your bodies never had. It is rhythm, breath, echo, the scrape of steel against air, the sound of footfalls softened by fallen leaves. Each movement is a sentence, each feint a pause, each deflection a refusal. You read his stance like a scroll half burnt, the meaning just barely intact. He reads you with the same eyes he once closed in approval. Now they are open and unreadable. You do not count the passes. There is no measure of time here, only the ache in your shoulders, the strain behind your knee, the tightening of your breath. It is not fatigue. It is not pain. It is history returning to the body like a river returning to its source. Once, he taught you. Once, you listened. Now, you reply. Steel meets steel, not with violence but with finality. Sparks, not bright but solemn. You lose your footing once, only to find it again a breath later. He shifts weight. You answer. He hesitates. You don't. And then it ends. Not with a blow. Not with blood. With stillness. The kind that closes around two people who know that there is nothing left to say. Your sword is at his throat. His is lowered. Neither of you moves. You hold that position for a moment longer than you should, then longer still. Because what follows this moment is unknown, and what came before, it was everything. He bows, not deeply, but with something close to peace. You do the same, and your knees feel it. You both sheath your blades like laying down the final words of a story told too many times. The clearing holds its breath, but the wind returns at last, soft, deliberate, weaving between trees, lifting the edge of your sleeve like a question. He turns first, walks away without hurry, not in defeat, but in release. You do not follow. You watch him fade into the crimson hush, each step scattering leaves like memories falling out of his robe. You lower yourself to the ground slowly, one knee at a time. The stone is cold, but not unkind. You sit where he stood. You feel where he stood. The warmth of his presence still lingers on the leaves. You reach for one. It crumbles between your fingers, dry and velvet soft. The trees do not move. The sky does not change. but something inside you settles, like dust finally given the chance to land. You do not speak the name of the man who was once your teacher. You do not need to. The forest remembers. The stones remember. The wind remembers. And now, you do too. The clearing dims as the sun slips behind the ridge. Light catches in the edges of the leaves above, turning them briefly to fire. The branches do not hold them long. One by one, they fall. Not fast. Just enough to remind you that everything, eventually, must let go. You stay until the last bird calls, and when you rise, the clearing is different. Not because it has changed, but because you have. You walk away slowly, not with victory, but with understanding. The duel is behind you, but not gone. It walks beside you now, silent, like an old friend whose name you no longer need to say. Behind you, the leaves keep falling, one, then another, and another still, until only the hush remains, and the sound of steel no longer drawn, just the breath of the forest, soft and low, carrying everything you couldn't speak away into the trees. The embers from last night's fire are long since buried, but the scent still lingers, a soft trace of char and old wood drifting through the dew-heavy grass. You move slowly, not because the path demands it, but because the air does. It clings in that way mist sometimes does when it has something to say, and you aren't sure you want to hear it. Somewhere ahead, a bottle clinks too loudly, too early, and you know without seeing. It's him. Of course it's him. Kenji is a sound before he's a shape, a shuffle of sandals against packed dirt, a muffled laugh offered to no one, a whispered argument with a jug that has nothing left to give. You don't call out. You don't have to. He's already pretending he didn't see you, rearranging his face into one of 1,000 practiced expressions. The raised brow of innocent surprise, the lopsided grin of too much charm poured into too small a mouth, the nervous tug at sleeves that aren't long enough to hide his hands. He talks fast, of course. He always does. Words tumbling like dice across a crooked table, half-truths and apologies dressed as jokes, stalling tactics delivered with a hopeful shrug. But beneath all that noise, beneath the fumbling and the stammering, and the grand declarations of schemes that are definitely not illegal this time, there's something else. Something soft. Something real. A quiet kindness that slips out when he thinks no one's looking. The way his hand lingers too long on the rice bag he just stole before setting it down beside a child's empty bowl. The way his voice catches, just briefly, when he sees someone injured. The way he stays, even when his feet are already pointed toward escape. You follow him through the village. It's not quite a village, really. More a gathering of wooden intentions and leaning walls, stitched together with hope and rain damage. Chickens scatter at his heels. Children peek through door frames. An old man waves, not because he likes Kenji, but because he owes him, or maybe the other way around. The relationships here are knotted like fishing line, tangled, frayed, impossible to sort, but somehow they hold. Kenji pauses beneath a faded banner, fluttering on a splintered post. It once bore a family crest, but now it bears only the memory of color. He tilts his head like he's listening for something. A story, perhaps, or an excuse that hasn't formed yet. The silence stretches. You wait. He doesn't speak, just exhales through his nose, turns, and keeps walking. The path dips near the edge of the village, where the ground remembers floodwaters and never quite let go. Mud sucks at your feet. Kenji stumbles, swears, laughs, pretends it was intentional. You say nothing. The trees here lean in close, their branches creaking softly, whispering secrets you're not sure you want translated. One of them has a rope dangling from it, old, frayed. Kenji doesn't look at it, but he walks faster. You reach a clearing where the grass grows in half-hearted patches and the wind forgets to blow. There's a woman waiting. Her face is weathered, her arms crossed, her eyes sharp as flint. She says Kenji's name like it's a question and an accusation all at once. He answers with a smile that's too wide and a bow that's too low. You stay back. This is not your moment. This is his. Their conversation is quiet, but the tension is loud. She speaks of broken promises and vanishing goods, of a cart that never arrived and a debt that grew teeth. Kenji winces in all the right places, nods too often, fidgets with his sash. Then, without warning, he stops, straightens, speaks slowly, clearly. He apologizes, not with charm, not with spin, but with the kind of softness that makes the world go still. And then he reaches into his sleeve and pulls out a small pouch. Grain. Not much, but enough. The woman takes it. She doesn't thank him, but her shoulders drop. Her voice softens. She turns, walks away. Kenji exhales, rubs the back of his neck, mutters something about owing himself one. You rejoin him. He doesn't meet your eyes, just shrugs, half embarrassed, half proud, and begins the walk back. The sun is higher now, but the day hasn't warmed. The village is quieter. A dog barks once, then falls silent. Kenji starts a story, something about a sake merchant, a fox, and an improbable number of chickens. But he doesn't finish it. Halfway through, he stops talking, just walks beside you, hands tucked into his sleeves like secrets. You pass a shrine that's missing half its roof. Incense curls from a cracked bowl. Kenji pauses. Lights one. Bows. Doesn't say why. Doesn't have to. There's a kind of peace in the silence that follows. Not the deep, solemn kind. Not the kind carved from stone or written in prayer, but a shabby, human peace, patched together from small kindnesses and shared burdens, and the quiet understanding that not everyone gets to be brave in the same way. You find yourself watching him differently now, not as a burden, not as a clown, but as a man who runs because he's afraid, and stays because he knows he should. The wind picks up again as you reach the village's edge. It carries the scent of boiling rice, of wood smoke, of something sweet trying to survive in the ashes. Kenji inhales deeply, stretches, declares himself a hero. You let him have it. The sky shifts, the light tilts. Somewhere far away a bell rings, soft and slow, as if echoing across water. Kenji turns toward the sound, smiles. For once it's not a lie. You walk on, together. The path bends, the trees lean in again, and behind you the village exhales. The wind still carries the scent of incense, and maybe something warmer, something softer, like sake left uncapped beside a story that finally ended well. The wind has not stopped since morning. It moves like something alive, threading through tall grass and low memory, pulling gently at your sleeves, as if asking for a story it already knows. You follow it, not because it demands you to, but because it understands you, the way wind sometimes does, when it knows you've become part of the land it brushes against. Ahead, a fire flickers in the lee of an old hill, not large, not wild, just enough to gather voices around it. The storyteller sits cross-legged, his robes stiff with age and smoke, his voice weathered like driftwood. His eyes are half-lidded, not from sleep, but from the weight of remembering. Around him others sit, farmers, wanderers, children who've learned the rhythm of legend before they learned to count. Some faces are turned toward the fire, others toward the man. All of them quiet, all of them waiting. You approach without sound. No one turns. The tale has already begun. He speaks of a warrior, of course. They always do. But not in the way you would expect. Not with triumph, not with fire. He speaks slowly, as if afraid the words will break. He says the warrior was not born with greatness, only with grief. That he walked not for glory, but because walking forward was the only direction that didn't hurt. The fire crackles softly between each sentence, punctuating memory with ash. Somewhere behind you, a child coughs. A mother hushes him. The story continues. He tells of battles fought not on fields, but in forests, where the light couldn't reach the ground, and the birds refused to sing. He speaks of choices made in silence, of lives saved by shadows, of a mask worn not to hide, but to become something else. Something people could believe in, even if they feared it. Your name is never said, but you are in every syllable, not as a hero, not as a ghost, but as a thread woven through every breath of the island, the pause before the strike, the mercy before the kill, the silence after the storm. You feel it more than hear it, the way the story shifts. Now the people in the tale begin to speak. Not the warriors, not the nobles, but the ones left behind. The old woman who found her stolen rice returned, still warm. The fisherman who was warned of a raid by a rock he found on his path. The girl who saw a shadow in the trees and later found her missing brother waiting by the door. They speak not of victory, but of presence, of something watching, of being remembered. The storyteller pauses, leans forward, feeds the fire with a small bundle of dry leaves. They burn quickly, releasing a brief, sharp scent. Not unpleasant, but enough to stir something in the chest. He closes his eyes for a moment, then opens them again, as if he's returned from somewhere far away. He begins a new story. This one is older, stranger, less grounded in flesh and blood, more built from mist and superstition. He tells of a fox that led a man to a shrine hidden beneath a waterfall, of a woman who wept tears of ink that turned into birds, of a ghost who fought not with blades, but with silence, stripping sound from his enemies, until only the wind remained. You shift slightly. Someone beside you does the same. The tale is beautiful and unnerving and oddly familiar, the way dreams sometimes are, when you wake up sure they meant something, but unsure of what. As the story winds on, the crowd changes. People leave. Others arrive. A merchant with dust on his sleeves. A ronin with his hair tied too tightly. Two children carrying more questions than they can fit in their mouths. All of them settle without a word. The tale somehow has always included them. You glance at the storyteller again. His voice never rises, never strains. It moves like a river long past flood season. Smooth, carved into the landscape by repetition and trust. You wonder how many nights he's sat like this. How many fires he's watched die down. How many versions of your story he's told. Each one slightly different. Each one slightly true. There is no beginning or end here. Just threads, pulled from the earth and woven into breath. Someone hands you a bowl of rice. It's warm, slightly sweet, seasoned with something you can't name. You eat slowly. The story keeps flowing. Another tale now. This one of betrayal and redemption, of a warrior who defied his code and found something gentler in its absence. The fire pops loudly. The crowd doesn't flinch. This part is familiar. The storyteller lets silence sit for a while after the tale ends. Not awkwardly. Just long enough for it to settle, to fold itself into the grass and the smoke and the memory of names never spoken aloud. Then he speaks again, but not to the crowd, to you. He asks if you know the ghost, not accusingly, not even curiously, just softly, like someone inquiring if you've ever seen the wind take shape. You don't answer. You don't need to. The fire is low now. The stars above have shifted slightly, as if they too have been listening. Somewhere behind the hill, an owl calls once, then is silent. Someone begins to hum, an old lullaby, half forgotten, half invented. The flames catch the edge of your sleeve for a moment, painting it gold, then letting it fade. You stand. The ground is cool beneath your feet. The air smells like pine and soot, and stories too old to belong to anyone. The storyteller nods once, just once, then looks away. You walk back into the darkness, the path only half remembered. The wind greets you again, tugging at your armor, your thoughts, your breath. You feel the stories clinging to you, not as armor, not as weight, but as fabric, woven of things people needed to believe. You walk not as a man, not as a legend, but as something softer. A step, a whisper, a pause between tales. And behind you, the fire fades, its last flicker carrying your name, though not quite your name, into the hush of trees. The wind still carries fragments of the last story, drifting like ash through your memory, even as the world darkens and reshapes itself around your breath. The path beneath your feet feels softer now, not because it is kind, but because the rain has come. Not all at once, not in sheets or downpours, but in the slow, patient way of something that intends to stay. You do not remember when it started. You only know that your sleeves are already heavy, and the sounds around you have grown muffled and close. Toyotama breathes differently in the rain. The fields, the forests, the winding roads that don't lead anywhere you've meant to go. They all seem to lean inward, their outlines blurred by mist, their voices hushed by water. The night has no clear shape, just a soft rhythm falling from the sky and rising again in little splashes from the puddles at your feet. You pass through a village without names. It might have had one, once, but the signpost is long since rotted. The characters dissolved into gray wood and moss. The houses are low and crouching, their thatched roofs sagging beneath the weight of years and storm. Light seeps through a few paper windows, flickering like the memory of a fire. You do not stop. You do not knock. You walk as though the road is remembering you, retracing the soft indentations of your steps before you even take them. Your armor is soaked. The fabric beneath it clings like regret, quiet, persistent, difficult to shake. Water gathers in the hollows of your elbows, pools at your collarbone, slides in rivulets down the back of your neck. Each drop is a small reminder of where you are and what you've become. But the cold no longer bites. It merely presses, like the weight of something unfinished. The road narrows, then vanishes entirely beneath a blanket of wild grass and silence. The trees crowd close, their limbs hanging low and dripping, forming a corridor of damp breath and shadows. Somewhere between one step and the next, the path returns, not as something seen, but something felt. A shift in slope, a resistance beneath your heel. You keep moving. There is no destination, only forward. In the hollow between hills a shrine stands, forgotten by maps, remembered only by crows and damp stones. It is not grand. The gate is crooked. The offering box is empty. But something lingers here, something slow and watching. You bow, not out of belief, but out of memory. A memory not your own. The kind that settles into your bones without ever asking permission. You leave no coin, just a breath. The rain grows steadier as you descend again, carving thin streams into the mud, braiding the earth with silver. Your feet slip, not dangerously, just enough to remind you that balance is not a promise, only a practice. A figure waits near the base of the hill, half sheltered beneath a crooked pine. You recognize him only by the way he does not look up. His hat is wide and frayed, his robe stained with soot and sake. Kenji, of course, always appearing just after he is needed, always departing just before he should. He waves without turning, a gesture that is more apology than greeting. You step closer. He does not speak. You sit beside him, close enough to feel the warmth of his presence, but not so close that either of you must name it. The rain patters against the pine needles above, falling in uneven drops that occasionally strike your cheek or collarbone like a question. For a long time, there is only the sound of breathing. His, yours, the forest's. Then a laugh. Low, nervous, soaked in guilt and too much memory. He begins to talk, but not to you. To the rain, to the tree, to someone who left long ago. His stories are winding and unfinished. Tales of deliveries gone wrong, of bandits outwitted by accident, of bottles hidden beneath floorboards and promises made beneath stars he can't quite recall. His voice breaks sometimes, not in sorrow, in honesty. You listen, not because the stories matter, but because they are all he has. Eventually, the words run out. He doesn't seem surprised. He shrugs, more to himself than to you, and pulls his knees in closer to his chest. You share what little dried food remains between you. It is soft and tasteless, the rain having done its work long ago. But it is something. Enough. When he finally meets your gaze, it is brief and flickering, like the light from a dying candle. "I'm not brave," he says, though the words are nearly drowned by the rain. "But I try." You nod. Not because you agree, but because there's nothing else to do with truth that small and that heavy. He doesn't ask if you forgive him. You wouldn't know how to answer. The rain deepens again, swelling from a murmur to a hush, blanketing the world in rhythm. Kenji stands, stretches, nearly stumbles, then offers you his hand. You take it, not because you need help, but because he needs to offer it. You walk together for a while, saying nothing. The path is unclear, the darkness soft and complete. But even so, the island seems to make room for your steps. Not because it welcomes you, but because it knows your shape now. At the edge of another nameless village, Kenji stops. He says he has to go another way, though he never says why. He clasps your shoulder, a brief pressure, uncertain and kind, then slips into the mist like someone dissolving. You do not watch him leave. You listen instead until the wet slap of his sandals fades, and the night fills the space again. The village is barely more than a breath in the landscape. A few homes, a shrine, a crooked bridge yawning across a narrow stream. Light glows behind shutters. A dog barks once, then curls back beneath the eaves. You move through it slowly, your presence acknowledged only by the stir of curtains and the creak of floorboards. No one opens their door. No one needs to. They've heard the stories. You pass the bridge and find shelter beneath a thatched overhang, its beams groaning softly as they shift under the weight of rain and years. You sit there, letting the night press in. Somewhere nearby, a flute begins to play. Not well, but with feeling. The notes are slow and uncertain, like someone remembering how to hope. You let the sound carry you, each note a soft echo in the ribs. The rain plays its own song above and around, a steady percussion of memory. The night deepens, and with it, something loosens in your chest. Not relief, not rest, just softness. The kind of feeling that isn't quite warmth, but remembers it well enough to pretend. Your eyes drift toward the sky, but there is no sky tonight. Only darkness. Only rain. Only the faint glow of lanterns behind paper walls, flickering as if to remind you that the world, however bruised, still breathes. And somewhere beyond the hills, past the roads you've forgotten and the ones you have yet to follow, a man like Kenji is laughing again. Not out of courage, but because sometimes that's all there is left to do. The night hums around you, and the rain does not stop. It only softens, like the last breath of a story no one quite remembers how to end. The rain has not stopped, not truly. It lingers now in the stones, in the dark folds of your clothing, in the silent spaces between heartbeat and breath. Even as you leave the village behind, lanterns swaying, voices quieted, the damp remains. It is no longer falling, but it has settled into everything. Into you, into the soles of your feet, into the threadbare hope that something ahead might be drier, lighter, clearer. But the air tells you otherwise. The wind has changed, not stronger, just colder, the kind that slips down the back of your neck and never quite leaves. Toyotama folds away behind you, not vanishing, just becoming a blur, memory soft, and now, rising before you like a forgotten thought, is the fortress. Castle Shimura, built of stone and story, familiar and not. Lit now by torches that crackle gently, struggling against the fog. The path curves toward it like a breath held too long, slow, tight, inevitable. You don't remember choosing to walk this way, but your feet know, your hands know, and so you come. You do not ride in through the gate. You slip through the cracks instead. A broken slat, a forgotten servant's passage, a stretch of wall where time and neglect have done the work of betrayal. The castle allows you in, not because it forgives you, but because it does not yet know you have returned. You become part of the night, not separate from it, not hiding within it, but truly part of it. A soft seam in the darkness, a breath behind a wall, a warmth mistaken for a draft. Your footfalls are the sound of old parchment folding. Your breaths are shallow, measured, not out of fear, but ritual. Each inhale is a memory. Each exhale is a choice not to speak. The hallways have changed, and they have not. Some banners remain, frayed at the edges. Some rooms you once knew are sealed now, the doors swollen shut with moisture and years. There is a place where you once knelt beside your uncle, hands on the floor, heads bowed before a scroll. You pass it now without pausing. The scroll is gone. The memory is not. The castle does not resist you, but it does not welcome you either. Its silence is old. Not the silence of night, but the silence of things left unsaid. The walls hum faintly with the pressure of their own secrets. You move as if underwater, sound muffled, light warped, time thick. Occasionally a torch guttering in its bracket reminds you that someone else lives here still, walks here, watches. But they are not where you are. Not yet. Not quite. There are voices sometimes, not loud, not near. They pass like wind in the upper rafters, like water through old pipes. Conversations half remembered, half invented. Your uncle's voice, perhaps, or something that wears it. Sharp, distant, measured in syllables like blades. You hear it, and you do not stop. The path through memory is not one you question anymore. It is simply where your feet carry you when you do not tell them otherwise. There's a corridor that feels colder than the others. It has no torch, only the soft silver of moonlight filtered through a narrow slit of a window. You step into it like stepping into a dream where something waits at the end. Not dangerous, just heavy with meaning. The floorboards creak, not loudly, just enough to remind you that this place still notices, that every inch of it once knew your name. You pass by rooms that hold no furniture, just impressions. A cushion flattened by years, a teacup without its mate, a sword rack, empty but dustless. A place where something was, and might still be, depending on how the light catches it. In one room, there is the faint scent of incense, not burning, just lingering, like someone left the memory of prayer behind and hoped it would be enough. A guard rounds a corner somewhere, but you do not see them. You only feel their presence shift the air. A breath caught, a pause in the rhythm of boots on wood. They don't look your way. Or perhaps they do and simply decide you're not real. Sometimes shadows wear shapes. Sometimes they don't. You remain still until their presence passes, and then you are the breath again, moving through a throat that once spoke your name with pride. In the great hall you see no one, only the echo of feasts, of plans made and broken, of you, once younger, seated in careful silence while older men debated the weight of honor in their mouths like bitter tea. You walk past the empty table now, your fingers grazing its edge. The wood is smoother than you remember, polished by time or regret. You find yourself in a courtyard at last, the sky open above you, stars trying to exist through the mist. The rain has returned, soft again, barely more than a suggestion. You feel it on your eyelashes before you feel it on your skin. The stones underfoot glisten like glass, like memory made tangible. You kneel for a moment, not out of reverence but fatigue, not of body, but of spirit. There is a kind of weight that only memory carries. You wear it now, not as armor, but as something quieter, something you no longer try to remove. Behind you, the castle sighs, not in stone, but in breath. And you remember something, not a moment, not a word, just the shape of a feeling, a sense that you once belonged here, and now you don't, and somehow both are still true. You rise slowly, your knees protesting, your hands damp from the stone. The night continues, the walls remain, the ghost walks on. You do not take anything. You do not leave anything. You simply pass through, not seen, not named. And yet, something in the air shifts in your wake, as if the place has remembered you, or forgiven you, or simply made space for your presence, even now. You exit, not where you entered. The path out reveals itself only after you've passed everything you needed to see. A crack in the wall. A door half open. A breeze that tugs at your sleeve like an old friend who never learned how to say goodbye. You step through it without looking back. And behind you, the castle breathes once more. Not louder, just deeper. As if adjusting to the memory of your footsteps. A single lantern flickers, and then steadies, and then fades. The lantern fades behind you, but its glow lingers in your eyes, like memory warmed into color. You don't look back, not because there is nothing left to see, but because some places change shape when you do. The stone breath of Castle Shimura rests behind you now, not quite asleep, not quite awake. You carry its silence on your shoulders, like a silk that has forgotten how to shine. The path ahead is quieter than before, but not empty. Nothing in Tsushima is ever truly empty. Not anymore. Your footfalls make no sound at first. The road is damp with last night's rain. The edges lost in a thin veil of mist that clings to every surface like breath on glass. You walk through it slowly, like someone retracing steps they've never taken. Trees gather along the path in crooked patience, their limbs arching overhead like old hands trying to remember the shape of prayer. Somewhere above, a bird calls once, not as alarm, not as song, just a single weary note lost in the fog. Your name drifts behind you like a scarf caught in the wind. Or rather, one of your names. Jin, samurai, nephew, ronin, betrayer, savior, ghost. Each one clings in its own place, some to your skin, some to your ribs, some caught in the back of your throat, like a word you meant to say, but didn't. You no longer correct people. You no longer try to remember which name you're supposed to wear. You let them all settle over you like rainwater in layers of cloth, soaking through slowly until the weight becomes familiar. The wind shifts, carrying with it the scent of smoke. Not fresh, not fire, just ash, old and bitter. A reminder, you stop beneath the shelter of an overhanging cedar and listen, not for danger, but for meaning. And you hear it, not in words, not in threat, just the soft memory of hooves in the mud, of banners raised, of screams swallowed by wind. Komoda Beach breathes somewhere behind the horizon, its sand now part of the sea. You feel it in your knees, in the ache where your armor once pressed. Further along the path you see him, a figure ahead, cloaked and slow, not hostile, just there, like a monument that decided to move one morning. You don't call out. You don't need to. He senses you the way all people do now, with the corner of the eye, the weight of the air. He doesn't flinch. He nods. And you pass each other like two ghosts on opposite ends of the same story. There is no exchange, no challenge, only understanding. You don't know his name. He doesn't ask for yours. You take shelter briefly at a shrine, not to pray. You don't ask things of anyone anymore. But the torii gate stands like it always has, a mouth opening to the in-between. You pause beneath it, hand brushing the wood. It's been touched by many, smoothed by generations of hopes that never made it into words. The charm on your belt sways slightly, catching a glint of dim sunlight. You let your hand rest there, just for a moment, just to feel something warm that isn't blood or memory. The forest darkens ahead, not from threat, but from age. The trees here are older, thicker, their silence more practiced. You walk beneath their canopy, and it feels like being inside thought. Long, slow, unfinished thought. The kind that never quite reaches its conclusion. The air is thick with moss and the faint metallic scent of hidden streams. Somewhere beneath the roots, a fox stirs. You feel its awareness brush against yours, but it does not appear. Not today. Not in this place. There are other stories to follow. Other names to wear. You reach a clearing. A battlefield now overgrown. Arrows still stand in the dirt like brittle reeds. A shattered helmet lies half buried in mud, its edge rusted, its purpose done. You don't remember this fight, but you remember them all, in pieces. The way death folds into itself, leaving only textures behind. A torn sleeve, a cracked stone, a sword with no owner. You kneel by one, fingertips grazing the hilt. It is cold. It does not recognize you. That's all right. You weren't looking for recognition, just stillness. Night begins to bloom behind the hills. Not fast, not sudden, just a slow deepening of shadow. The path leads upward now, toward a high ridge. Your legs ache, not with pain, with repetition. With the sense that this climb has happened before and will happen again. The ghost always climbs, always reaches the summit just as the moon begins to rise. It is a rhythm now, like breath, like forgetting. At the top, the world opens. A sea of dark trees stretches outward like ink spilled across paper. Distant fires blink in the valley, each one a life, a story, a question you may never ask. The wind is stronger here, and it catches your cloak like a hand pulling you toward something, not forward, just inward. You close your eyes and let it. For a moment, you are not walking, not fighting, not deciding. You are just a shape in the wind, a memory in motion. Behind you, you hear footsteps, soft, familiar. They stop a few paces back, and you do not turn. You do not need to. The presence is enough. It is someone who once called you by a name that no longer fits, who perhaps still does, who perhaps always will. You do not speak. Neither do they. The silence between you is not awkward. It is shared. The kind that comes when everything necessary has already been said, or has never needed saying at all. They leave before you do. The wind carries them away like it carried the leaves. And you remain, watching the clouds drift over the moon, watching your breath curl in the cool air. You are still Jin, still ghost, still something else, unspoken. You are many names, and none of them. You carry them all, and you are still searching for the one that feels like home. Eventually, the cold finds its way deeper, into your shoulders, into the slow bend of your spine. You rise, cloak heavy, joints stiff, and begin walking again. Not toward anything, just away from stillness. The road beneath you reappears like a river returning to its bed. Step by step you vanish back into it. Below, a bell chimes once. Deep, slow, patient. Then again, softer. Then no more. The wind shifts, and with it, everything. The trees no longer whisper in green, but groan in white. The leaves are gone, all of them, and in their absence the sky feels louder, more exposed. The snow doesn't fall so much as descend, endlessly, like a hush stretched across a whole world. You feel it on your eyelashes first, then your shoulders, then your breath. There is no warmth left in the air, only the idea of it, trailing behind like the scent of fire long gone cold. You've crossed into Kamiyagata, and the island has changed her voice. The road curves in half-remembered angles beneath the frost, hidden now beneath a crust of ice that breaks like old memory under your step. Every footfall echoes deeper here. The cold doesn't just touch skin, it touches what lives beneath it. It reaches into joints you'd forgotten, memories you buried, promises you couldn't keep. And every time your boot breaks through the thin white crust, Something inside you flinches, not from pain, from recollection. A ridge looms, not tall, just enough to make the sky press down harder. You walk beneath crooked pines hunched under their own burdens, branches low with snow, like arms that forgot what they were meant to hold. The silence here is not the silence of rest. It is the silence of waiting. Something ancient, something vast, curled beneath the surface like a bear in its den. You pass through it carefully, without invitation. You see tracks, deer maybe, or wolf, or something that doesn't care what name it's given. They wind across your path like forgotten verses, a poem left behind by a different kind of survival. You do not follow them. You only notice. That is enough. That is all Kamiyagata asks of you for now. A shrine rests half buried under the fold of a snowdrift, its wooden gates bowed beneath the cold. You stop there, not to pray, not exactly, but to remember how it feels to pause. Your fingers brush the old wood, and for a moment, it is not wood at all. It is your mother's hand, or the ridge of a sword, or the edge of a childhood you tried not to carry this far north. But snow is patient. It brings everything back, eventually. Somewhere ahead, the scent of smoke leaks into the wind, thin, like thread unraveling. It should be comforting. It isn't. You follow it anyway. Not because it calls to you, but because this is what you do now. You follow what might still be warm. The snow deepens. Your legs move slower. Every motion is a negotiation, not with danger, but with weariness and memory. A village sleeps in ruin beneath a crust of frost. Roofs collapse not from fire, but from time. Lanterns hang unlit from posts carved by hands that no longer exist. The snow enters homes here without resistance, doors long gone, walls folded inward like breath let go in winter. You pass through what remains, not searching, just remembering how it felt to live. You find a ribbon caught in a tree, red, faded. It flutters softly, as if trying not to be seen. You do not touch it. You only look. There are things that should not be brought closer, even by fingers. You feel the cold enter your chest in a new way now, not biting, not burning, just settling, like the weight of a name you no longer use. And then, the edge of a voice, not a full sound, just the suggestion of one, a child's hum, a lullaby you don't quite remember. It doesn't stop you. It only makes your steps quieter, as if the land itself is listening. And you now must listen too. The path turns to rock, dusted in thin frost. Your hands find the stone's edge for balance, and it stings, even through your gloves. The pain is small, but real, and in its clarity, you remember. This is the same trail you took with your father, once. Before all of this, before ghosts, before ice. The cliffs were green then. The air held salt, not snow. And his voice carried laughter, not caution. But even laughter can be buried under time, especially when you forget to use it. You crest the ridge, the world opens. A valley of white stretches far below, the trees like ink strokes caught mid-thought. And in the distance, just barely, the glint of a frozen river winding through it like memory itself. You do not speak, not even inside your mind. Some sights are meant to be held, not named. Downhill is harder than it should be. Your knees protest, your footing slides. But the body adapts. It has to. And somewhere in that struggle, there is a strange kind of peace. The kind that comes not from ease, but from persistence. The kind that says, I am still here. I am still here. I am still here. Night falls slowly, as if unsure its welcome. The sky stains in bruised hues, violet, gray, the blue of ink spilt across parchment. The cold shifts with it, growing sharper, thinner, more precise. You find shelter not in a home, but beneath an overhang of rock, where old firewood rests like forgotten bones. You light nothing. You eat little. The hunger is background now, like the ache in your shoulders, like the thoughts you never speak aloud. You pull your cloak tighter and listen to the mountain breathe. Dreams come differently in the north, not as stories, as sensations, the creak of an old door, the sting of soap in your eyes, a horse's mane tangled with blood. You see your uncle again, but his face is blurred, not by memory, but by distance. He stands on a bridge made of wind, and you cannot cross it. You only watch him fade. You try not to feel that too much, but the ice has a way of cracking things open. Morning does not break. It sighs. A low gray light spreads across the valley, not bright enough to blind, just enough to reveal. Your body feels heavier, as if the snow has crept inside your bones while you slept. You rise slowly. No rush, no purpose, just breath, and weight, and movement. You follow the river now, its edge glassed over in frost that shatters gently beneath your steps. A fox watches you from the trees, its breath a cloud. It does not run, you do not approach. The space between you is sacred. The space between all things is sacred here, and filled with silence. A ruin emerges ahead, temple perhaps, or house. It no longer remembers what it was. You step inside. The roof is gone. The floor buckles beneath snow. A single bell remains, hung on a crooked beam. You touch it. It doesn't ring. It only sways. And something inside you sways with it. The wind rises again. Not wild, just present, like a voice too tired to whisper. And in that wind, you think you hear a name. Yours, or someone else's, or both. It doesn't matter. What matters is that it was spoken. You leave the ruin without looking back. The path ahead is no clearer than the one behind, but you walk it anyway. Not because you believe in the end, but because this is what the ghost does. He walks through snow, through silence, through the cracks that memory cannot quite seal. The cold no longer bites. It simply stays. And somewhere behind you, a single snowflake lands on the red ribbon you left untouched, its color deepening just for a moment, before the wind takes it. The cold follows you, even here, even now. It does not cling like before, not like the ice that crusted your armor in Kamiyagata, or the snow that mapped your breath before your face. No, this cold is quieter. It moves under your skin, beneath the careful layers you've wrapped around your resolve. You do not feel its bite anymore, but it is still there, coiled like a waiting thought. The wind has changed. It no longer howls like it did across the open fields. Here, among the evergreens and blackened soil, it whispers, and every whisper carries something sharp, something almost familiar. You step carefully, not for fear of being heard, but because every step feels like it might wake something sleeping. Something inside you, something old. The forest around you is silent in that way things are when they have nothing left to say. The trees do not sway. The birds do not call. Even the snow, gathered like breath upon their branches, seems to wait. You press forward, though you no longer know what pulls you. Revenge? Honor? A name? You have worn so many. There is a path, though not made for feet. Not a road, not a trail. Just a suggestion in the brush. A way the world seems to lean. And you follow it. You've learned now to trust the tilt of things, the bend of branches, the way the mist drapes heavier over one hollow than another. The island does not speak with words, but it speaks. And you are learning to listen with your whole body. Your horse moves beside you, quiet as thought. The snow muffles his steps, but you can feel his presence like heat at your side. You do not speak. There is nothing to say that he does not already know. The two of you have traveled far, and though the armor has changed, though the mask hides more than your face, the bond has not. He trusts you, even now, even after everything. You reach the edge of a clearing that does not open. It sinks. The trees curve inward, leaning toward a center where no fire burns, but something scorched remains. Charcoal black, ash gray. The skeleton of a homestead, perhaps, or a memory. It is difficult to tell what was real and what has only lived in the heat behind your eyes. You dismount. The snow here is thin, as if even winter itself is afraid to cover what was done. The ground is hard, even beneath your sandals. You kneel, fingertips grazing the earth. Still warm, not from sunlight, not from life. Something else, something deeper. You feel it in your palm like a pulse, a memory trying to breathe. You rise, and you remember, not like a dream, not like a wound, like something carried too long. You remember the first time you set fire to something that could not fight back. Not a man, not an army, a place, a storehouse, a decision dressed as necessity. You remember how the smoke curled around your mask and made it harder to breathe. How your hands shook, not from fear, from recognition of what you were becoming, of what you would no longer be allowed to forget. You look down at them now, these same hands, and they are still, but they do not feel clean. Far beyond the clearing, a figure shifts, not a threat, not a ghost, just a man carrying firewood. You watch him move, simple, measured, alive. He does not see you, and you do not let him. There is no reason for him to know the shape in the woods. Let his fire be his own. Let his night remain warm. You turn back to your path. The trail curves downward now, winding between low hills and burnt trunks. And then, there, a house, intact, at least mostly. You approach it slowly, as if it might vanish with a loud breath. The door is slightly ajar, snow gathered in its corners like secrets that blew in too late. Inside, the warmth is faint, but real. Someone has lived here recently, not long ago. You remove your sandals at the threshold. It is not a temple, but it feels like one. You step inside barefoot. The floor creaks, a memory groaning underfoot. There are no candles burning, no hearth lit, but the walls hold heat, faint and flickering, like breath caught in wood grain. You sit, not because you are tired, because it is the right thing to do. You sit as you did once in your father's house, legs folded, hands resting on your knees, back straight, as if stillness itself could be honorable. A gust of wind pushes against the house. The boards respond in a slow moan. You feel it in your ribs. Your breath slows. Your eyes close. And she comes to you. Not in voice, not in face, but in memory. Yuna. The way she watched your hands when they trembled. The way she never asked you to stop, only to live. The warmth she left behind like a sleeve still folded at your side. She is not here, but the fire she sparked, it never left. You feel it now, beneath the silence, not burning, but present. The fire that does not show its flame. The kind that moves through what you do and what you do not do. The kind that eats slowly. Not forests, but futures. You open your eyes. The house is still here. The wind still moves around its edges, and your heartbeat has returned to its quieter rhythm. You stand, and outside the snow has begun again, soft, reluctant, as if the sky itself is uncertain. You press forward, and every step leaves a mark. The island does not speak your name, not anymore, but it remembers the weight of your footfalls. It remembers what you chose to carry, and what you left behind. The fire does not need to be seen. It only needs to burn. Somewhere behind you, a door moves slightly. Not shut, not open, just enough for air to pass. And in that passing, a warmth that does not fade, only flickers, like breath, like thought, like a name carried in smoke. The door didn't shut behind you. It stayed open just enough for the wind to breathe through, slipping into the quiet house you had only borrowed, brushing past the hollow walls and soft embers like a thought too small to hold. And as you left it behind, your footsteps made no effort to disturb what had lingered, not because you were unwelcome, but because you were not meant to stay. The island has always known how to hold what is passing through. The road doesn't lead anywhere so much as it continues. A series of uncertain choices made by feet rather than maps. You follow it without resistance, not for what lies ahead, but for what has faded behind. That house, warm, soft-edged, smelling faintly of burnt wood and memories not your own, is gone now. Already folding itself into the background of the island, another silence among many. And ahead of you, the wind has changed again. It no longer carries snow. The air is thinner, lighter, but not quite warm. The trees here have leaves again, sparse, curled at the edges, touched by ash and time. You watch them flicker in the light. Not green exactly, but something trying to remember what green once meant. The ground beneath your feet is dry but soft, soil loosened not by rain, but by return. This place has seen fire. It has heard screams. And now, it listens again to footsteps. Yarikawa, or what used to be. The bones of it remain. Walls where homes once stood, fences rebuilt with newer wood, nails not yet rusted, roofs patched with mismatched tiles and cloth. It has been stitched back together, clumsily, lovingly, by hands that did not forget but chose to begin again anyway. You step into the shadow of a gate that isn't the original. You can tell by the grain of it, by the way it leans slightly to one side as if favoring a healed wound. The fabric of the old banners is gone, replaced with fresh dye and new names. But the wind moves through them just the same. There are voices ahead, not loud, just enough to remind the earth that it is still occupied. A woman hums as she hangs herbs to dry. A child calls out and receives no answer, and does not cry. Somewhere deeper in the village, wood is being chopped, the steady rhythm of someone preparing not for war, but for dinner. You let the sounds wash over you without chasing their sources. You are not here to be seen, not yet. You cross the center of the village, or what passes for one now. The ground is blackened in places, scorched but no longer smoking. Grass has begun to return along the edges, cautious green sprigs curling out from the margins of stone. You kneel, brush your fingertips across the ash. Still fine, still part of the air, but no longer angry. The shrine still stands, smaller than you remember, or perhaps it is you who has grown larger in your silence. The incense is lit, the wood recently polished, offerings placed with careful hands, a bowl of rice, a piece of fish wrapped in cloth, a flower wilting gently in a cracked jar. You do not pray, but you sit, and the stillness wraps around you like an old coat. Your thoughts drift, not to war, but to childhood, to the smell of your mother's robes as she leaned over you, the shape of your father's calloused hand as it closed around a training blade, the sound of your name when it was spoken without weight. There was a time when honor was a story told at bedtime, not something that shattered underfoot. You rise eventually. The wind has cooled again. Somewhere nearby a fire crackles, the cooking kind, not the burning kind. You follow it, not because you are hungry, but because warmth calls to warmth. A small house, a rebuilt house. Its walls are low, but not caved. Its beams still hold strong, even if they creak. You stand outside for a long time before stepping in. The man inside does not startle. He sees you and nods, not in recognition, but in respect. The kind offered to travelers, to ghosts, to those carrying more than they should. He returns to his fire, says nothing, offers no invitation, but he shifts slightly to the side, just enough for you to take the seat across from him. You do. The flames move quietly, flickering in the curve of the old pot. The smell of broth and bitter herbs mingles with the faint sweetness of rice wine. He stirs, and you watch his hands, older than yours, cracked at the knuckles, careful in a way that does not draw attention to itself. These are not warriors' hands. These are hands that rebuild. I saw you once, he says, not looking at you. Years ago. When the ground still smoked and the sky looked bruised, you say nothing. There is nothing to say that would not bend under the weight of memory. You walked through the ruins like someone searching for something already gone, he continues. And I thought, that man doesn't know if he's a ghost or a seed. The fire pops softly, and you let the words settle. You are neither, and both. He ladles a portion into a shallow bowl and slides it toward you. No thanks is spoken. It is not required. You eat slowly, letting the warmth build from the inside. The broth tastes of roots and salt, not celebration, survival. The man speaks no more, nor do you. When you leave, it is without farewell, only a glance, a nod, a shared silence between two people who have touched the same wound in different lifetimes. You walk through the village as dusk begins to fall. Lanterns are lit one by one, each flame a promise not to forget, but also not to stop. The people pass you, some with baskets, some with tools, some with nothing at all. They do not look at you like a savior, not like a killer either, just a shape moving through their world. A part of the story, but not the center. You reach the edge of the rebuilt walls, the new gates, the ones made by villagers, not by lords. They creak when opened, not from rust, but from wood still learning its joints. You pass through them into the growing twilight, and behind you, the sounds of life continue. Pots clinking, voices low, laughter like wind brushing against curtains. You do not turn back, because this home was not yours, and yet it held something of you, not in the structures, not in the names, but in the choice to keep going, to build, even when memory does not. The road ahead is empty again, but not barren. There are hoofprints in the dust, from others who came before you. You walk slowly, you breathe deeper. The cold returns in the distance, just enough to remind you that warmth is not permanent. It must be chosen, tended. The stars begin to appear above you, one by one, cautious and quiet. They do not light your way. They simply keep watch. And behind your ribs, a warmth lingers. Not a fire, but something like it. Not a home, but the ache of one. And somewhere, far behind, a window stays lit through the night. Not because anyone is watching, but because something once did, and maybe still does. The silence rides with you, a heavier passenger than any blade or burden you've carried. You do not look back, but the last shape of what was, a home, a choice, a memory, lingers somewhere behind your shoulder, like fog reluctant to lift from the forest path. The trees are bare here, not from winter, from war. Their limbs claw at the sky in brittle supplication, and your horse's hooves tread gently, as if it, too, does not wish to disturb the bones of the earth. Each breath is long, damp, the kind that carries the cold deeper into you until it settles not in your skin, but in the folds between thoughts. The wind, when it comes, does not howl. It sighs, like an old man who has spoken too much too often to no avail. You remember that voice. You have followed it, feared it, obeyed it. But now it arrives as only air, brushing past your cheek without command or comfort. You tighten your grip on the reins, not out of tension, just habit, like bowing before someone who no longer bows back. The road bends, and beyond the hill, his estate rises again from the mist, not as it was, but rebuilt in the shape of what was lost. The wood is new, but the silence is old. The banners sway on polished poles. The guards do not raise weapons. They do not need to. You are not here as ghost or samurai, just as a shadow walking toward another. He is there before you call for him, standing, not waiting. Hands behind his back, where the weight of tradition folds itself neatly like a scroll no one dares rewrite. You see the outline of him first, the straight lines, the proud stillness, the distance. Then, only then, his face, eyes that no longer search yours, lips pressed together as if to hold back the weight of every unspoken thing between you. You bow because there is no other shape your body remembers to make. He bows, but only slightly, a gesture not of welcome, but acknowledgement. Like rain tapping lightly on the roof of a house it once knew. You speak first, but the words don't settle. They drift. He replies, but the voice does not land where it used to. It moves like smoke, curling around meaning, never through it. The walk through the garden is quiet, not for lack of beauty, but because beauty has become unfamiliar here. The pond reflects clouds instead of koi. The bamboo no longer sways as if listening. Even the stones, once carefully arranged, feel displaced, like memories returned to the wrong drawers. You step where you used to kneel. He pauses where he once sat, but neither of you sit now. Sitting would imply peace. This is something else. He speaks of duty, of sacrifice, of the island. You nod. You have heard these words before, but they carry different meanings now. Not heavier, just hollowed out. Like armor that no longer fits but is still worn out of ritual. You do not correct him. You do not confess. The words that matter most are the ones neither of you know how to say anymore. The space between your footsteps becomes more interesting than the steps themselves. The air feels shaped by unsaid apologies and unsurrendered grief. You think perhaps he wants to ask about the poison, the mask, the choices, but his questions have barbs, and yours have ash. So instead, the two of you walk, pretending the garden still blooms with the same purpose it once held, that the past can be polished, that honor can be mended. At the training ring, your feet hesitate. His do not. You know he has been here often, alone, practicing old forms as if repetition might shape the past into something righteous. The bamboo posts are worn down where he has struck them, again and again. You feel the weight of every swing that was not against an enemy, but a memory. He offers you a wooden blade, not as a challenge, but as an invitation to return, to remember, to become again the thing he once believed in. You take it, but the grip feels unfamiliar, lighter than it should be. You face him, and the air thickens between you, not from tension, but from the unbearable presence of what you both carry. You move, and he moves, but not like before. There is no flow, only form. Your strikes meet not with resistance, but with a kind of resignation, as if each of you is testing the ghost of what the other used to be. He lands a strike on your shoulder, and it stings, not because of pain, but because of precision. He still remembers where to strike. You do not counter. You lower the blade. He doesn't press. The silence returns, this time louder. Back inside, the rooms feel untouched by time, and yet nothing is the same. The scent of incense has faded. The scrolls hang slightly off-center. Even the tatami creaks differently beneath your feet. You sit for tea, but the cups remain full too long. Steam curls away as if unwilling to linger. You both look at the same wall, the one where his sword once hung, now bare, not in shame, in mourning. He speaks your name, just once, and for a moment, it feels like everything pauses, even the wind, even the dust. Your name in his voice, stripped of accusation, of command, sounds smaller than you remember, like a child's name spoken in prayer. You do not answer, not because you have none, but because the silence has become its own kind of language. Night falls outside the paper walls, and you both stay seated. No lanterns are lit. The room dims in slow, natural surrender. Shadows lengthen, not ominous, just inevitable. Your reflection in his eyes fades first, then his in yours. When you finally rise, he does too, but neither of you speak the parting. You simply move in opposite directions, as if your bodies have finally accepted what your hearts never could. That the path between you, once paved with honor, now winds through grief too tangled to cross. And as you step outside, the moon hangs low, pale and silent, casting long shadows that stretch behind you both, never touching, never quite fading, never quite gone, only drifting. like memory does, like firelight behind the door, like breath just before sleep. The scent of smoke is no longer foreign. It lingers in your hair, your armor, your thoughts. Not the sharp sting of something new, but the dull, heavy cloak of something lived in. As if the island itself has been steeped in ash, as if the winds have forgotten how to carry anything lighter. The waves at your back whisper of storms that came before, and the ones still waiting to arrive. You listen, not to predict the future, but to remember it. Your horse moves beneath you, steady but slower than usual. It knows, not the shape of the battle to come, not the names of the enemies waiting beyond the next ridge, but the weight in your breath, the stillness in your shoulders, the sound of the world holding itself taut. Every hooffall sinks deeper into the sand than expected, as though the earth is softening to make space for what must happen. You do not rush, you drift. You coast along the edge of something vast and unseen, the shoreline curving like a question with no punctuation. The horizon is wrong today. Too wide, too open. The clouds there are not shaped like clouds. They rise in flat-topped towers, dark as wet stone and just as quiet, drifting not with wind, but with intent. Mongol sails, hundreds of them. No color, no movement, just silhouettes pinned against a sky that no longer wants to be blue. The sea groans beneath them, tidal rhythms thrown off by the weight of ships, metal, horses, and silence. There is no sound of shouting, no distant horns, only the deep, pulsing hush of preparation. It is somehow worse than noise, like the stillness before a bell rings, or the breath just before a blade meets flesh. Your uncle stands beside you, his armor red in places where it used to be gold, eyes tracing the same horizon without blinking. He does not speak. Neither do you. The silence between you has become its own language, one you both understand, but no longer care to translate. He does not reach for you. You do not reach for him. Somewhere beneath your feet, the sand stiffens with salt and memory. This place has seen war before. It will see it again. The soldiers form lines behind you. Their footfalls are uneven, their armor misfitted, their blades not yet familiar with blood. Many of them are farmers still wearing their old shoes. You do not turn to face them. You do not ask them to believe. You only exist, a still point in their chaos, a shadow in your uncle's wake, a name they whisper more than speak. The wind shifts, not hard, not sudden, but purposeful. It rolls in from the sea, brushing across your face like a cold hand waking you from something half-remembered. You smell the iron before you see it, the scent of wet steel, of oiled leather, of salted wood worn smooth by too many hands. The Mongols are close now, not charging, just arriving, like a tide with no beginning and no promise of receding. There are flags, dozens of them, blank, then marked, then bleeding ink. They flutter not with pride, but as warnings, not to you, but to the land itself, to the birds in the reeds, to the deer in the woods, to the ancestors asleep beneath the hills. There is no hesitation in their approach, no flare of drama, only inevitability, as if this moment has already happened and you are only now catching up. Your fingers tighten on the reins, not because you fear, not even because you doubt, but because the leather is the only thing still warm. Your blade is cold, your armor colder, and the air between you and your uncle is colder still. There is nothing left to say. The man beside you is not the one who raised you, and you are not the boy he once held. The armor you wear is stitched from shadows he cannot name, and he wears tradition like a wound he refuses to bind. The sand shifts beneath your horse's hooves as you move forward. Just a step, then another, then more. You do not charge, you descend, down the incline of beach toward the thunder you can feel, even if it hasn't broken yet. Behind you, the footfalls follow, one by one. Some stumble, some whisper, some do not speak at all. You do not give a speech. You do not raise your blade to the sky. You ride not like a leader, but like a ripple before a stone hits the surface. You do not lead, you move, and they follow. Not because of who you are, but because of what has been burned away. The first arrows land in the sand. They do not whistle. They do not scream. They simply arrive, quiet, final, precise. You ride through them as though through rain. Each one a breath, a decision, a promise falling point first into a world that no longer knows peace. The thunder comes not from the sky, but from hooves, from war drums, from hearts pounding like fists against the inside of armor. It shakes up from the ground, through your knees, through your ribs, through your teeth, and you ride toward it, not to meet it, but to become part of it. Steel finds steel, wood splinters like bone, shouts pierce like arrows. The noise does not build, it spreads, like fire on dry thatch, like ink in water, like grief. You are inside it, not as a samurai, not as a ghost, not even as a man, just breath and blade, just ash and wind. The moments dissolve into texture, the weight of another body on your shoulder before it falls, the crack of a haft against your hip, the sting of blood that is not your own. You do not count how many. You do not mark time. You only move and move again. Your uncle is somewhere nearby. You feel him more than see him, a steady presence like a prayer you used to say, but no longer remember the words to. At times you drift toward him, at times away, each of you carving your own path through something that does not care for names or honor. The Mongols fall like trees in a storm, but more arrive, always more. They do not retreat. They do not call for help. They simply keep coming, as if death were a price they already paid. A horse cries out. A banner burns. Someone screams a name that was never yours. And still you move. At some point, the noise begins to thin, not vanish, just stretch, as if the battle has begun to exhale, as if the worst of the storm has passed, leaving only rain behind. Your blade is dull now, not from use, from memory. You do not sheath it, you let it hang. Your breath is smoke, your legs ache, your hands are stained. But you do not stop. You reach the edge of the surf, the foam biting at your toes. The sea still holds ships, some aflame, some drifting, some silent. The thunder has lessened, but it still echoes. Your uncle finds you there, or maybe you find him. You do not speak. He does not nod. You stand side by side, the salt wind combing through your hair, lifting the edge of torn cloth, the silence between you deepening like the tide. There is no victory here, no glory, no clean end. Only the sea, humming its endless lullaby. Only the wind, brushing past as if to remind you that breath still matters. Only the shore, reshaped but not conquered. And the faint sound, distant, fading, of drums that have not yet forgotten how to beat. The surf rolls back, leaving only wet sand, and the sound of distant sails creaking in wind that no longer chooses sides. The sea did not cleanse you. The storm did not break you. And yet something inside you feels quieter now. Not whole, not healed, just hushed. Like a shrine after incense, like a mouth after prayer. The waves behind you still echo with war, but your steps press forward into softer soil. Each movement feels weighted not with exhaustion, but with remembering. Your limbs do not ache from the blade, but from the burden of having used it. The air inland is different, denser. The salt is gone, replaced with the breath of pine and damp stone, of leaves still slick with storm water and secrets. It clings to your skin like a question you can't quite hear, pulling against the memory of battle, against the scent of ash still folded in your sleeves. You do not speak as you walk. There is no one beside you. Even your shadow keeps its distance, stretched long and thin across the moss-covered path. The forest is not silent, but its sounds feel secretive. The soft rustle of something moving just beyond sight, the sharp crack of a twig that doesn't echo, the occasional wing beat, not startled yet. The trees are taller here, darker. Their branches hang low like the arms of old monks, heavy with warnings they've long since stopped whispering. You move through them like smoke, like someone remembering the shape of the body they used to be. You reach the edge of a clearing. There's a stillness in the center, but not the kind that invites peace. It feels like waiting, like something buried beneath the soil is listening. A small satchel rests beneath a twisted tree, its drawstring pulled taut, its leather darkened with use and time. You know it before you touch it. The weight of it in your palm is familiar, too familiar. It is not heavy, but it feels like it should be. The poison is inside, not just here, not just now, but everywhere, in your breath, in your blood, in the spaces between your ribs where honor used to rest like a folded flag. You kneel beside the roots, not out of reverence, not out of weakness, but because your legs no longer wish to hold you upright. The bark beneath your hand is rough, flaking like old skin. The pouch opens without resistance. The powder inside is pale, fine, and silent. You remember her voice, not the words, just the warmth of it. The way she handed it to you like a gift, like a sin too precious to hold for herself. Her eyes did not plead. They shimmered with belief. Not in the poison, in you, in what you could become. You didn't know then how much it would cost. Not just others, but you. There is no one here to witness this moment. No enemy to trick, no ally to shield. Just you, the woods, and the bitter knowledge of what it means to carry death in your hand and call it strategy. You do not sprinkle it yet. You only stare. The wind lifts some of it, brushes it across your fingertips like soot. You remember the first time you used it, how your hands didn't shake, how your stomach didn't turn, how afterward the silence felt too loud, too sudden, too complete. The path continues eastward. You follow it slowly. The satchel returns to your belt, snug beside the blade that once only knew open combat. You wonder, not for the first time, if the weapon has changed, or if it's still the same, and only the man who wields it has turned into something else. A fox darts across your path. Its fur is wet. Its eyes are clear. It pauses, looks at you, then slips back into the underbrush. A sign, maybe. Or just a creature trying to survive in a world where even the wind feels like a warning. You keep walking. There's a stream ahead, thin and fast, chattering over rocks like teeth. You kneel beside it, not to drink, just to listen. The water does not care about your silence. It speaks anyway. It tells you of rain upstream, of fallen leaves, of minnows darting through shadows. You dip your fingers into the current, and for a moment the cold is clean, untouched. Then it pulls away, rushing past, carrying your warmth with it. You look at your reflection, fractured by ripples, split by light. The man there is tired, not from the journey, from holding too much. You do not look away. The stream does that for you, carrying the image downstream until it fades into movement. The next village is quiet. Too quiet. Doors hang open, bowls half filled, embers still smoldering in hearths. Not abandoned, just paused, as if the people stepped out for a moment and forgot to return. You pass through slowly, your footsteps loud against the stillness. The houses do not watch you, but the air feels thick with what was left behind. A dropped sandal, a woven toy, a cup of tea grown cold in the corner of a window. You find a man inside one of the homes, old, breathing, asleep or pretending. His chest rises, falls, rises again. You do not wake him. You leave a small piece of dried fish on the mat beside his bed and step back into the light. The poison on your hip is quiet, but not silent. You remember a child once, a girl, coughing blood that wasn't hers, eyes wide with betrayal, not pain. She had taken food from a friend you had marked. You had not seen it happen. You only heard it later. In the hush between reports, in the shift of your mentor's silence, you do not blame her. You do not forgive yourself. You simply carry it. Night falls before you realize it. The woods deepen, their shadows folding over each other like blankets too heavy to lift. You build a fire, but small, just enough to keep your hands warm. The flame crackles, orange and low. You sit near it, not close enough to dry, just close enough to remember heat. The satchel lies on the ground beside you. You open it. Look again. The powder has not changed, but you have. You think of your uncle, how he looks at you now like a stranger dressed in familiar armor, how his voice carries judgment like a blade meant for carving, not killing. You know he does not understand. Not all battles are fought with swords. Not all victories wear banners. The wind moves through the trees above like someone whispering a story you're not meant to hear the end of. You listen anyway. The fire pops once, then again. You breathe slowly, deeply. The poison remains, but it does not speak tonight. You sleep without meaning to. When you open your eyes again, dawn has not yet broken. The stars hang low, heavy with dreams that do not belong to you. The coals are nearly out. The satchel is still there. You pack it gently, wrap it tight, not out of guilt, out of memory. Some things are too much to hold in the open. Some things must be folded away, like letters never sent. You rise. The forest does not part. It simply lets you pass. The moss is thicker now, the path more narrow. The sun is somewhere behind the trees, trying to remember how to shine. You step forward, and the poison steps with you, silent, patient, yours. And behind you, the last ember fades, just one, flickering quietly in the dark. The sea did not cleanse you. The storm did not break you. And yet something inside you feels quieter now. Not whole, not healed, just hushed, like a shrine after incense, like a mouth after prayer. The waves behind you still echo with war, but your steps press forward into softer soil. Each movement feels weighted, not with exhaustion, but with remembering. Your limbs do not ache from the blade, but from the burden of having used it. The air inland is different, denser. The salt is gone, replaced with the breath of pine and damp stone, of leaves still slick with storm water and secrets. It clings to your skin like a question you can't quite hear, pulling against the memory of battle, against the scent of ash still folded in your sleeves. You do not speak as you walk. There is no one beside you. Even your shadow keeps its distance, stretched long and thin across the moss-covered path. The forest is not silent, but its sounds feel secretive. The soft rustle of something moving just beyond sight. The sharp crack of a twig that doesn't echo. The occasional wing beat. Not startled yet. The trees are taller here, darker. Their branches hang low like the arms of old monks, heavy with warnings they've long since stopped whispering. You move through them like smoke, like someone remembering the shape of the body they used to be. You reach the edge of a clearing. There's a stillness in the center, but not the kind that invites peace. It feels like waiting, like something buried beneath the soil is listening. A small satchel rests beneath a twisted tree, its drawstring pulled taut, its leather darkened with use and time. You know it before you touch it. The weight of it in your palm is familiar, too familiar. It is not heavy, but it feels like it should be. The poison is inside, not just here, not just now, but everywhere. In your breath, in your blood, in the spaces between your ribs where honor used to rest like a folded flag. You kneel beside the roots, not out of reverence, not out of weakness, but because your legs no longer wish to hold you upright. The bark beneath your hand is rough, flaking like old skin. The pouch opens without resistance. The powder inside is pale, fine, and silent. You remember her voice, not the words, just the warmth of it, the way she handed it to you like a gift, like a sin too precious to hold for herself. Her eyes did not plead. They shimmered with belief, not in the poison, in you, in what you could become. You didn't know then how much it would cost, not just others, but you. There is no one here to witness this moment. No enemy to trick. No ally to shield. Just you, the woods, and the bitter knowledge of what it means to carry death in your hand and call it strategy. You do not sprinkle it yet. You only stare. The wind lifts some of it, brushes it across your fingertips like soot. You remember the first time you used it, how your hands didn't shake, how your stomach didn't turn, how afterward the silence felt too loud, too sudden, too complete. The path continues eastward. You follow it slowly. The satchel returns to your belt, snug beside the blade that once only knew open combat. You wonder, not for the first time, if the weapon has changed, or if it's still the same, and only the man who wields it has turned into something else. A fox darts across your path. Its fur is wet. Its eyes are clear. It pauses, looks at you, then slips back into the underbrush. A sign, maybe. Or just a creature trying to survive in a world where even the wind feels like a warning. You keep walking. There's a stream ahead, thin and fast, chattering over rocks like teeth. You kneel beside it, not to drink, just to listen. The water does not care about your silence. It speaks anyway. It tells you of rain upstream, of fallen leaves, of minnows darting through shadows. You dip your fingers into the current, and for a moment the cold is clean, untouched. Then it pulls away, rushing past, carrying your warmth with it. You look at your reflection, fractured by ripples, split by light. The man there is tired, not from the journey, from holding too much. You do not look away. The stream does that for you, carrying the image downstream until it fades into movement. The next village is quiet. Too quiet. Doors hang open, bowls half filled, embers still smoldering in hearths. Not abandoned, just paused, as if the people stepped out for a moment and forgot to return. You pass through slowly, your footsteps loud against the stillness. The houses do not watch you, but the air feels thick with what was left behind. A dropped sandal, a woven toy, a cup of tea grown cold in the corner of a window. You find a man inside one of the homes, old, breathing, asleep or pretending. His chest rises, falls, rises again. You do not wake him. You leave a small piece of dried fish on the mat beside his bed and step back into the light. The poison on your hip is quiet, but not silent. You remember a child once, a girl, coughing blood that wasn't hers, eyes wide with betrayal, not pain. She had taken food from a friend you had marked. You had not seen it happen. You only heard it later, in the hush between reports, in the shift of your mentor's silence. You do not blame her. You do not forgive yourself. You simply carry it. Night falls before you realize it. The woods deepen, their shadows folding over each other like blankets too heavy to lift. You build a fire, but small, just enough to keep your hands warm. The flame crackles, orange and low. You sit near it, not close enough to dry, just close enough to remember heat. The satchel lies on the ground beside you. You open it. Look again. The powder has not changed, but you have. You think of your uncle, how he looks at you now like a stranger dressed in familiar armor, how his voice carries judgment like a blade meant for carving, not killing. You know he does not understand. Not all battles are fought with swords. Not all victories wear banners. The wind moves through the trees above like someone whispering a story you're not meant to hear the end of. You listen anyway. The fire pops once, then again. You breathe slowly, deeply. The poison remains, but it does not speak tonight. You sleep without meaning to. When you open your eyes again, dawn is not yet broken. The stars hang low, heavy with dreams that do not belong to you. The coals are nearly out. The satchel is still there. You pack it gently, wrap it tight. Not out of guilt, out of memory. Some things are too much to hold in the open. Some things must be folded away, like letters never sent. You rise. The forest does not part. It simply lets you pass. The moss is thicker now, the path more narrow. The sun is somewhere behind the trees, trying to remember how to shine. You step forward, and the poison steps with you. Silent, patient, yours. And behind you the last ember fades, just one, flickering quietly in the dark. The poison has gone quiet now. Not gone, not forgotten, but quieter. As if it too needed to breathe. Your steps are softer than before, not from caution, but from weight. Not the weight of armor or supplies or even the sword at your hip, but the invisible heaviness that presses into your shoulders when you are no longer sure who you are carrying forward. Yourself, or only the memory of the one who began this journey. The sky has turned a color that does not belong to any time of day. Neither dusk nor dawn, neither threat nor promise. It is the color of breath held too long, of something waiting to be let go. The trees no longer speak when the wind touches them. They only shiver, their leaves fragile and dry, like paper ready to burn. And beneath them, the path unwinds, not leading anywhere in particular, only away from what you've done, away from what you cannot undo. The village, or what's left of it, appears without warning, not built into the landscape, but collapsed into it, like a body that has finally stopped resisting gravity. Roofs folded in on themselves, walls bent sideways as if weeping, and ash in all directions, like snow that forgot how to melt. You walk slower here, not out of reverence, just because the ground feels soft and the silence is too deep to disturb. There are no bodies, only the outlines of where people might have been. A kettle turned on its side, a bowl still half full, a sandal missing its pair. Things that look like they've been waiting for someone to return and explain what happened, but nothing speaks here, not even the wind. You find a place to sit, not because it is particularly dry or clean or comfortable, but because it is the kind of sitting you do when standing feels too much like pretending. The fireflies arrive one by one. At first you think they are embers, some lingering flicker in the ruin, but they rise, not fall, and they dance with a slowness that does not belong to insects. Their light is not urgent, not frantic. It pulses like breathing, like the world remembering how to be soft again, even in a place that smells of cinders and old grief. You rest your hand on your knee and notice the soot. It's in the creases of your knuckles, under your fingernails, where the blood used to gather. It doesn't wash off easily, and for a moment, it's hard to tell whether it came from this village or from all the villages before it. A sound, faint and far away, like someone brushing silk. You don't turn your head, you only listen. It might be footsteps, it might be memory, but you let it pass through you. Not all presences need names. Some just need to be acknowledged, like ghosts standing in doorways, deciding whether to speak. A firefly lands on the hilt of your sword. It sits there, weightless and bright, its glow like a quiet question. You do not move. You barely breathe. The blade beneath it has taken so much, but the insect does not care. It does not flinch. It only shines, as if reminding you that light can rest even where darkness has made its home. The longer you sit, the more they gather. 100 small lanterns adrift in the ash. They do not mourn. They do not accuse. They simply are, gentle and indifferent. And for the first time in what feels like days, the space around you does not feel like it is waiting to collapse. It just exists, not in judgment, not in forgiveness, just in presence. You think of the boy again, the one with the arrow in his hand and the anger in his eyes, the one who believed you were something unbreakable. He would not understand this moment. He would ask what you're doing, sitting in ruins with your armor off, letting insects land on your scars. He would ask why you aren't fighting, why you aren't avenging, why you aren't fixing what was broken, and you would have no answer. Only the feel of cool ash between your fingers, only the flicker of a firefly disappearing into the dark. You lie back slowly, the earth beneath you shifting slightly with your weight. The sky has darkened further now, but the stars haven't arrived yet. It is the kind of night that doesn't announce itself. It just seeps in, the way sorrow does, through cracks and corners until it fills every room. The fireflies continue, not swirling, not dancing, just hovering, pulsing, a breath that never ends. You remember a song your mother used to hum. Not the words, just the melody. It comes to you now, without prompting, without purpose, like something carried on the wind from another life. You do not hum it aloud. You only feel it moving inside you, soft as a lullaby. And it feels like the only thing that hasn't burned. There is movement again, a presence at the edge of your vision. You do not startle. You do not reach for your blade. You only glance. A fox, maybe, or the shape of one. Its eyes catch the light for a moment, then vanish, as if to say, not all things that follow you mean harm. Some are just curious. The stars begin to appear, one by one, like tiny holes punched in the sky. And for the first time, the field of ash does not look dead. It looks suspended, paused, like the breath before a whisper, like the world is holding something tender in its hands, afraid to let go too soon. You close your eyes, not to sleep, not to forget, just to soften the edges of the world a little more. And somewhere in that half place, between rest and memory, between the ache of what you've done and the ache of what you haven't, you feel the fireflies settle around you, not as guardians, not as omens, but as quiet things that glow, even in fields of ash. And their light is not loud. It does not demand to be seen. It only waits, and waits, and breathes. The fireflies have thinned, their glow softened by distance or decision. You do not chase them. You watch them drift until their flicker becomes indistinguishable from the stars, or maybe the ash that never truly settles. The wind still carries something gentle, but beneath it now is a thread of inevitability. Quiet, coiled, waiting. You breathe, and the breath feels final, even though it is not. The horse beneath you moves like it knows where to go, as if the path ahead has already been ridden and remembered. Hooves press into earth that has known too much, but still accepts your weight without protest. The landscape begins to open, trees parting with slow grace, revealing hills that do not rise. They bow. There is no sun, only the hushed glow of late light smeared across clouds that forgot how to be white. Everything here feels like it's been told to be still. You know the place long before you reach it. Your body knows it in the ache behind your ribs. Your hands know it in the way they tremble when you dismount. Your breath knows it in the way it tightens, then refuses to loosen. This is not battlefield, not sanctuary. It is something in between, a clearing shaped by memory and silence, ringed by trees that once held words, now only echoes. A place where something will end, perhaps several things. Your uncle is already there. He does not look at you right away. He stands with his back turned, his posture too perfect to be natural, too rigid to be comfortable. He wears the past like a second set of armor, polished, ceremonial, suffocating. His sword is at his side, not drawn, but no longer resting. The air around him has a hum, not loud, but low and solemn, as if the trees themselves are holding their breath. You step forward, slowly, carefully, as if walking toward an altar or a grave you helped dig. Your feet make no sound on the moss, but somehow the moment still hears you. He turns when you're close enough to see his eyes, but far enough that you could still choose not to cross the final stretch. There is no anger there, no warmth either, just a terrible kind of clarity, the kind that comes when all choices are already made. You do not speak, not yet, because there are no words that do not betray something. There are no words that can carry the weight of what you've done and leave your voice unshaken. So instead, you listen. Not to him, but to the silence between you. The long-held breath of generations. The echo of a code cracked down the middle. The memory of a boy kneeling in a field of white, watched by a man who promised never to leave. When the words finally come, they are not yours. They are his. Quiet, formal, worn like a ritual, the kind of words that have survived more than one death. He speaks of honor, of duty, of the shogun and the shadow you've become. He says your name like it used to mean something else. And maybe it did. You try to answer, but your voice catches on a feeling too big for language. Not guilt, not pride. Something more tangled. The knowledge that you have done what needed to be done, and in doing so, became someone who cannot return. You look at him, and for a moment, you see not a warrior, not a lord, just a man who taught you how to hold a sword and a rice bowl in the same hand. A man who once knelt beside your tears and told you grief was not weakness. But that man is gone now, or perhaps still here, buried beneath layers of duty and disapproval. He does not draw his blade out of anger. He draws it out of legacy. You bow, not because you are ready, but because you understand. The duel is not swift, nor cruel. It is slow, like an old song played on a broken flute. Every movement carries history. Every strike remembers its teacher. And the field around you does not watch like an audience. It watches like a witness. There is pain, but it is distant, as if happening to someone else. Your body moves on its own, guided not by will, but by memory. Parry, breathe, shift. The clang of metal is not sharp. It is hollow, like wind passing through an empty temple. And beneath it all, the sound of two hearts breaking very, very slowly. He falters first, not in technique, but in resolve. His blade lingers too long in the air, like a question he cannot bring himself to ask, and you answer it with the edge of your own, not because you want to, but because the moment leaves no space for mercy. He drops to one knee. His breath is a shudder, not from pain, but from acceptance. He looks up at you, and for the first time in what feels like years, you see your uncle again. Not the ghost of tradition, not the judge of your sins, just the man who once held your hand steady while you wrote your first kanji in the dirt. He asks for the final blow, and the world goes still. Your hands hesitate, not out of weakness, not out of fear, but out of love. And in that pause, you see the life that could have been, two men walking away from this hill, not as samurai, not as ghosts, but as something older than either. Family, blood, bone, breath. But the code demands closure, and honor, whatever that word still means, requires one last act. You raise the blade, and you choose. The sound is not loud. It is not even sharp. It is the sound of something being released, a tether snapping, a soul exhaling, a memory finally too heavy to hold. He falls with grace, even in death. His eyes never close. They only soften, and you kneel beside him, not to pray, not to apologize, but simply to be there, to be present in the last place where you were still someone's son. The wind shifts, the clouds move. A single leaf falls onto his chest, red as the blood that no longer flows. You do not move it. You let it rest there, like a seal on a letter that will never be sent. You bury him yourself. No one watches. No one speaks. The earth is forgiving in its silence. The stones you place are deliberate, imperfect, honest. The grave is not marked with words, only with stillness. And when you rise, the sky is darker, but the stars are beginning to appear. You do not look back, not because you don't want to, but because you already carry the memory forward, like the final breath of something that once was whole. A breeze curls around your ankles, warm despite the hour. It carries the scent of cedar and iron and something softer, like incense, long burned away but still remembered. and beneath it, the faintest rustle of fabric, like someone bowing. And then, nothing. Only the sound of your footsteps, growing softer, as you disappear, into a night that does not yet know how to let you go. The wind still remembers the shape of your breath, though it carries no judgment now. Only softness, only the hush that follows something final. You've walked far from the final clash, your steps unhurried, your armor dusted with silence instead of glory. Behind you lies everything that once had a name: uncle, code, homeland, duty, now unspooled like thread in autumn wind. Before you, only the red. Not the red of blood. Not this time. It is the red of leaves that have let go, of trees that no longer try to hold on, of branches that accept the fall as part of the rhythm. They tumble through the air like drifting memories, slow and unbothered. They spin in lazy arcs, not seeking the ground, but finding it anyway. And you move among them, not to chase, not to catch, only to witness, only to be. Each step lands softer than the last, your sandals no longer biting at the earth, but brushing it like a painter's hand on rice paper. The forest is thinner now, not bare, just hollowed out by time. You know this path, though you have never walked it quite like this. It has changed because you have changed. And still it greets you with open branches, their bones dressed in flickering crimson. You pass a shrine that leans slightly forward, as if bowing to the wind. A fox once danced here, paws light on the stone, tail flicking like fire. You remember its eyes, bright and full of things it never needed to say. You nod in return, as if to acknowledge that nothing is owed between you. Only that you saw, only that you remember. The scent of cedar and loam rises with each gust, mingling with something sweeter. Not the cloying perfume of blossoms, but the quiet decay of fallen things. The smell of change, of endings. A scent older than war, older than honor, older even than names. You breathe it in and let it settle deep. Somewhere between steps, the path narrows. A footbridge appears without warning, its planks worn but firm. Below, a dry riverbed twists like a scar, rocks gleaming like old teeth. You cross slowly, your hand brushing the frayed rope rail, the kind of touch meant not for safety, but for grounding, to feel that something still holds. On the other side, the leaves grow deeper in hue, less fire, more rust. The trees creak not from age, but from memory. You wonder idly if they remember him too, the uncle who walked this land with a spine made of mountains and a heart braided from duty and silence. You wonder if he would have stopped here or kept walking. The air is cool against your cheek, and you turn your face into it, the way one turns into the shoulder of someone who once understood you. There's no warmth, not anymore. But there is still presence, still a shape where something used to be. The sun is low, not yet gone, but tilting. Its light comes through the canopy like it's choosing where to land. You do not follow the beams. You follow the shadows instead, long and soft and never asking to be noticed. You reach a clearing, ringed in quiet. No birds, no rustle. Only the hush of stillness that has settled like mist. In the center, a stone. Weathered, moss-lined, familiar. It leans slightly, like it has been listening for centuries. You kneel before it, knees slow to bend, not in reverence, but in rest. There are no words to say here, only breath. You let the silence stretch, not to fill it, but to let it breathe. A memory moves behind your eyelids, faint and far away. Red armor, a horse's breath, your uncle's voice, calm as river water before the world cracked. You do not replay the moment. You let it arrive and fade like everything else. When you rise again, you are heavier and lighter, both at once. The wind stirs. And for a moment, just a moment, it smells like home. Like pine smoke from your childhood. Like tea left steeping too long. Like your mother's laugh, the one you forgot until now. You turn back toward the path, but it is no longer straight. The forest has shifted. Or perhaps you have. Either way, the trail is softer, as though the earth itself has decided not to press so hard beneath your feet. You walk without aim. You walk with everything. A single red leaf lands on your shoulder, not dramatically. Just rests there, like an old friend sitting beside you in silence. You do not brush it away. You walk until the trees thin and the sky opens. The stars are already peeking through, careless and curious. The field ahead is wide, scorched once, but now softened. Ash has become soil. Soil has become grass. And the fireflies have returned. They do not dance like triumph. They drift like prayer. You walk among them, their glow pulsing like slow heartbeats. You do not reach out. They do not come closer. You exist together in a quiet made of acceptance. Somewhere, a flute plays, not near, not far, not happy, not sad, just playing, like someone remembered how. And in that moment, you do not carry honor. You do not carry guilt. You do not carry the mask or the blade or the name they gave you. You carry only the air in your lungs, the sound of your steps, and the weight of one last leaf. You breathe in, and the sky answers with the color of goodbye. And when you breathe out, the leaf falls. Slow, soft, final. The wind takes it, and you let it go. Just before the light fades, a firefly brushes past your ear, leaving behind a glow that never quite leaves. The firefly's light still hums behind your eyes, even as the night deepens into something quieter than darkness. The field is behind you now, though your steps carry pieces of it still. A shimmer in your breath, the soft weight of ash in your sleeves, the slow rustle of a leaf that once touched your shoulder but now rides the wind alone. You do not know when you started walking again. Only that stillness could not hold you, and silence is easier to bear when it moves with you. Your horse is waiting, not like a statue, not like a soldier, just waiting, like a companion who has seen too much to ask questions anymore. The reins hang loose from the saddle, dew gathering along the worn leather. You run your hand along his neck, feeling the warmth of life beneath fur, steady and familiar. He doesn't look at you, and you don't need him to. You mount without urgency, without sound, and together you begin the long ride into nowhere. The world does not speak loudly tonight. It murmurs. The wind plays its fingers through tall grass, through shrines half swallowed by moss, through the places where villages used to be. Trees bow gently, not in reverence, but in rhythm. And the stars, scattered like memory across the sky, blink slow and unsure, as if even they are trying to remember something lost. You ride along a path that has no name. The signs have fallen, or been burned, or were never carved at all. Stones crunch beneath your horse's hooves, each step the sound of something fading. Occasionally, a bird calls from the shadows, but it is not startled, just curious, just awake. There is no destination, not anymore. You are not riding to warn, to rescue, to avenge. You are not the blade in someone else's story. You are the space between breaths, the pause after a song ends, and before silence becomes too much to bear. You are the ghost that rides without a trail, without a banner, without a name that means anything to anyone but yourself. Your cloak catches the breeze, worn and fraying. The scent of it rises. Blood long dried, smoke long washed away by rain. The faintest hint of pine from a forest you do not remember riding through. You breathe in and let it settle. There is no need to clean what is no longer pretending to be pure. The road curves through a ravine where the cliffs lean in close, like shoulders hunched in grief. Lanterns lie broken in the grass, their paper shades torn by seasons, not war. You dismount and walk for a while, your boots sinking slightly in soft earth, your hands brushing against damp stone, fingers finding lichen instead of edges. The echo here is soft, returning your steps to you like a friend who only repeats what you need to hear. You come upon a tree bent low, its trunk twisted, but alive. Beneath it, a scattering of offerings, old rice, empty cups, a torn piece of crimson silk tied in a careful knot. You sit, not because you are tired, but because there is something about this place that asks for stillness, the kind of stillness that is not waiting, not resting, just being. You close your eyes, and for a while you are not remembering. You are not forgetting. You are simply part of the breath of the land. A fox calls once, far away, its voice carried not as warning, but as farewell. When you open your eyes, the light has changed. The moon hangs low and swollen, throwing silver across the hills. You do not know how much time has passed, but it does not press against you. It moves around you like mist curling past a lantern's glow. You rise, leave nothing behind, and ride again. The landscape opens like an old wound. Fields once trampled now sway with wildflowers, not orderly, not tended, but defiant in their return. The colors are pale in moonlight, but you imagine them rich, blue like an old promise, yellow like a forgotten joy, red like everything you buried. You let your hand drift through them as you pass, fingers catching petals and ghosts alike. A bridge appears, narrow and bowed, its boards uneven. The water beneath it is shallow, barely more than a whisper across stone. But the reflection it holds is perfect. Sky, horse, rider, all of it painted in stillness. You pause mid-crossing, looking down, unsure if what you see belongs to you anymore. The shape is familiar, but the weight is gone. You used to carry the island on your back. Now you only carry breath, and even that loosely. You sleep once, sitting upright in the saddle, eyes slipping closed, not from exhaustion, but from the kindness of nothing demanding to be seen. You dream of a storm that never arrives, of letters never sent, of your uncle's hand, once resting on your shoulder, not in pride or anger, but something gentler. You do not wake startled. You simply open your eyes and the road has changed. You pass no torii gates, no banners, no watchtowers, only trees and time and the sound of your own breath threading through it all. A deer watches you from a hill, ears flicking. You stop and it does not run. You bow and it blinks. It is enough. Later, you come to a house that remembers you. Its door still leans on its hinges. Its roof sags, but does not fall. Inside, dust dances in moonlight, and the smell of old tatami greets you like an embrace from someone who has stopped asking questions. You step through the threshold barefoot, letting the wood beneath your feet speak of seasons. In the corner, a teacup still sits, ringed with time. You do not drink. You simply sit beside it. Morning does not arrive suddenly. It seeps in, slow and amber, brushing the edges of the world with gold. Birds begin to stir, one by one, as if remembering a song. You lie on your back and watch the ceiling hold the light. You are not hiding. You are not seen. You are just here. When you leave the house, the horse does not whinny. He stands and waits, as he always has, as you always will. You ride west, though you no longer know why. Perhaps because the light leans that way. Perhaps because it does not matter. The wind tugs at your sleeves, soft as a farewell. Somewhere far behind, someone calls your name. You do not turn. The island knows you are already gone. You do not carry a sword anymore, only the shadow of where it once rested. You do not wear armor, only silence, folded across your shoulders like cloth. You are not the samurai. You are not the ghost. You are the one who walks between both, breathing, and the wind. The wind still knows your name. Just before the hills swallow the sun, a single white blossom floats across your path, its stem broken, its descent unhurried. And in that brief pause, where light meets silence, where shadow becomes memory, you let it pass and keep riding. You keep riding, though the rhythm has changed. Not slower, not faster, just quieter. Like the hooves beneath you are no longer touching the ground, but gliding across something softer than soil, something gentler than memory. The road has disappeared beneath the hush of grass and fallen petals, and still, you move forward, not in search of anything, not in fear or in hope, but because stopping would feel like forgetting how to breathe. The white blossom you passed is long behind you now, and yet it stays, not clinging to your cloak, but to the space just behind your ribs, drifting in place like a name once whispered and never quite answered. The island opens before you like a sigh, not with grandeur, not with grief, just a long, low breath that carries the scent of everything that once was. Pine and smoke, salt and blood, wildflowers and old tea. The path becomes nothing more than the shape of your intention, and the trees no longer lean in judgment or protection. They simply stand. They have always stood. They will stand long after you vanish into the hush between leaves. You do not speak. There is no one to answer, but the wind murmurs all around you, the same way it always has, threading through the tall grass, curling around stones, lifting the hem of your cloak with something like recognition. It does not guide you now. It remembers you, carries your shape not like a command, but like a story told from branch to branch, whispered from coast to cliff to stream. You listen, but not with ears, with your skin, with the tired weight in your shoulders, with the hollow behind your chest that still echoes with the sound of someone else's armor. There are no more banners here, no shrines to tend, no roads to patrol, no villages to defend or redeem. The world has grown still, not dead, just full, as if it has taken in everything and held it all without flinching. You ride past an abandoned torii gate, half swallowed by ivy, its red faded to the memory of red. A bird sits atop its beam, a crane, or perhaps just a dream of one, head tucked, feathers ruffling slightly in the breeze. It does not fly when you pass beneath. It does not need to. You are no longer a threat to anything, not even yourself. Eventually, the land flattens, and the sea appears. Not suddenly, not with drama, but slowly, like something long forgotten returning to the edge of your vision. The sky bends toward it, pale and endless, and the waves move not like battles, but like breath. You dismount, though the horse doesn't ask you to. You run a hand along his flank, grateful, though you do not say it aloud. The bond has always been wordless, carried in shared rhythms and quiet arrivals. He stays behind as you walk toward the cliffs, hooves planted in the grass, head bowed. The wind plays through his mane like a lullaby, meant only for him. Each step you take feels lighter than the last, not because your burdens are gone, but because they have settled. You are not free of them. You are just no longer trying to outrun them. Your feet find old earth, familiar stones, a trail worn not by duty, but by quiet returns. The place ahead has no name, not anymore. Perhaps it never did, but the wind knows it. You can feel that. It quickens slightly as you near, not urgently, just eagerly, like a child spotting someone they haven't seen in seasons. There, at the edge of it all, is the tree. Not grand, not glowing, just there. Its branches lean outward, low and generous, its trunk gnarled and wide, carved with scars of storm and time. The leaves, those soft, aching fragments of autumn, tremble even though the breeze is barely moving. They do not fall. They wait, as if holding their breath for you. You sit beneath it, not to rest, not to pray, just to feel the earth again. It welcomes you with a slow sigh of grass and root, and your back curves with the shape of the bark, as if it were carved to hold you. You close your eyes, and the sound of the sea becomes the sound of blood in your ears, the hush of rain against straw, the rustle of silk once worn by someone who believed in better endings. You remember faces, though you do not summon them. They come on their own, soft and blurred, like ink bleeding through old parchment. A child's laughter, a mother's touch, a voice that once called you nephew, with pride and pain braided too tightly to ever be undone. You let them come, these fragments, these ghosts, who are not angry, not bitter, just near, sitting beside you like shadows that do not need names. The sky dims slightly, or perhaps your eyes have closed. It is hard to say. The tree above you sighs, and a single leaf lets go. It drifts downward, not spiraling, not rushing, just falling, like a thought you meant to say aloud but didn't. It lands on your knee. You do not brush it away. You simply let it rest there, warm with memory. You could stay here. You know that now. Not because the world needs you to, but because you no longer need to be anywhere else. The wind will carry your name, not as a warning, not as a legend, but as a lullaby, a rhythm, a part of the island's breath, and that is enough. You lie back slowly, letting your spine sink into the earth. The tree's roots cradle you, and the sky above is smeared with the soft orange of a setting sun. You watch the colors blend, crimson, gold, gray, and think of the armor you once wore, the blood you once shed, the names you once carried like shields. All of it drifts now across the sea of your thoughts, weightless. You close your eyes, not to sleep, just to be. And in the hush between wind and wave you hear it, your name, carried not by voice, but by breeze. It moves through the grass, past the rocks, over the horse who now lies down beside your empty saddle. It dances along the cliffs, through trees, into caves and quiet temples, and the hollow bones of ships long sunken. It doesn't ask for anything. It doesn't linger too long. It just moves, soft and full of memory. Because the island remembers, the ghosts remember, and the wind still knows your name. And that is where you remain. Not gone, not forgotten, only fading, like the sound of leaves in autumn air.